signed up. So that list is right by that post that says graphic. So if you do intend to speak for public comment and haven't had a chance to sign in yet, I do encourage you to do that before our meeting starts. It is not a requirement for you to sign in order to address the board. We look forward to everybody that has come to share their comments. Tonight, we are going to start off with the Pledge of Allegiance, so I invite everybody to stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please. Oh, I have to go chase this down. Sorry. Yep, thank you.
Jim Batson. Kara Benjamin.
Here.
Don Carmichael.
Here.
Kara Drumkey.
Here.
Lisa Hessel.
Here.
Middleish Kotwal. Sonal Kulkarni.
Here. Okay, we note 5 of our 7 members present. We do have a quorum. I'm going to review the agenda briefly so that everybody knows what to expect. We are going to be starting off with a public hearing for a fund transfer. After that, we will have student recognition and then an invitation for public comment. We will have a teacher union report, our student school board representative reports, a review of FOIA requests, as well as good news. Then we will move into our consent vote agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routinely approved by the board with a single motion. That includes minutes, destruction of closed session recordings, educational tour requests, employment matters, disposal of obsolete capital equipment, bills payable, and financial reports. These items have gone through extensive board committee review and recommendation, and documentation concerning these items has been provided to the board members as well as the public in advance to assure an extensive and thorough review. Items may be removed from the consent agenda at the request of any board member. Do we have any board members wishing to remove items from the consent agenda this evening?
No.
Okay, seeing none. We will move into items for action. We have several items from our Program and Personnel Committee as well as our Facilities and Finance Committee that we will review individually. Then for information, we will have a superintendent's report. We will share board comments and events. We will not have an IASB report tonight. Do we have a seedall report tonight?
Yes.
We will have a seedall report, and then we will review future agenda items and then move to convene in closed session to discuss collective negotiating matters under 5 ILCS 120/2C2. Then we will move to reconvene in open session. We will not be taking any action after closed session this evening, and then we will adjourn for the evening. So if we could go ahead and start off with the public hearing, I'd like to declare the hearing open and move into any public comment regarding the public hearing for fund transfer. Okay, seeing none, we are going to move on to the item for action. And I'll turn it over to our business office to present.
This action item will appear later in the agenda under the action. So this is just our fiscal year 23 transportation fund, which is one of our several funds, had a negative fund balance of about $241,000. And it's really just due to the timing of when our expenditures go out and when all of our revenues come in. And so in order to give us cushion, we shouldn't have the negative balance in there. So I'm recommending a transfer from $1 million from Ed Fund to the Transportation Fund. In order to do that legally, you have to have a hearing. You have to post a notice in the paper, and the board has to take action on it. So it's not quite as simple as you can just transfer like in a bank account. The laws are pretty specific on how to do that.
Okay, great. So if we had any questions, now would be the time for board members to ask them. We did review this in committee last week. So seeing no questions, I believe the next step is to,
It's an action item in the action item
Oh.
later on.
it's an action item later.
Mhm.
Yes, okay, great. So 7:05, I'm going to declare the hearing closed, and we are going to move on to student recognition. I believe I get to turn it over to Dr. K.
All right, I'm very excited to present both of these tonight. We're going to start with our mighty LHS cheer team. We have two outstanding athletes from our cheer program who are being recognized as being all-state in cheerleading. And I know one of them is here, so I'm going to call up Nicole Smith. And is Christian here? Is Christian Rittner here tonight? He couldn't make it? All right. More spotlight for Nicole. Come on over here. So despite my appearances, I am not a cheer coach, but I am a huge fan of this athlete right here. Nicole has been a 4-year varsity member of our cheer team, and she's been one of our team leaders and captains. They had a great season this year, doing a routine that was very complicated. Your leadership was fundamental to that. And Nicole was selected by the IHSA as an all-state cheerleader. And next year we'll be cheering at Purdue University, correct? And as a member of the Illini Nation, I will be cheering against Purdue, but I will always be cheering for Nicole Smith. So congratulations. Yes.
Mild Dan.
Christian Rittner is our other athlete. He is all-state cheerleading as well. He is, Nicole told me, he's cheering tonight, which is why he's not here. He will be taking his talents to the University of Louisville next year to cheer there. I've got a grudge against him because he was going to go to Minnesota and be a Golden Gopher, but he chose Louisville. So we're very excited for him as well. Now we are going to bring up and recognize our LHS wrestling team who took 4th in the state wrestling tournament. And we have a gentleman who's new to District 128, Mr. Dale Eggert. And though I was a high school wrestler, I stay far away from these guys right now. So I'm going to let Coach Eggert talk all about the team.
So 4th is the best our program's ever done. We did get a 4th in 2008. That was 16 years ago. I'm very proud of these guys. We brought some of our senior starters that were there. It was a 21-man team, but we brought the guys that did the most damage. We have Will Carney right here, a regional champ at 144. Orion Moran, he's a sectional qualifier, 132. Luke Berchtold took 6th in the state. Matt Cubis took 4th in the state. Owen McGrory took 4th in the state. Charlie Clark was a sectional qualifier. I'm really going to miss these guys. We had 7 senior starters. That is a very good number because you have to not just have seniors, but you got to put them all in the right weight classes. And the leadership we had, it was just truly amazing season. So thank you very much.
It's always nice to start off with student recognition, put the students, especially the students who are so successful, in the forefront of our minds. So now we are going to move on. Before we move into public comment, I'd like to just welcome such a strong turnout of our community for tonight's board meeting. We are truly fortunate to have a community that's dedicated to our schools and to our students. For everyone's comfort and safety, I'd like to remind everyone of our guidelines for public participation in board meetings. You are welcome to address the board for up to 3 minutes during the public comment portion of the meeting. Once that concludes and we move into our agenda, you are, of course, welcome to stay and observe. Following district policy regarding visitors to our buildings, disruptive or disrespectful conduct is prohibited, and we'd like to continue our long tradition of modeling civic engagement and civility for our students in attendance. D128 employs incredibly talented, hardworking educators who work diligently to ensure all students learn at high levels. At the same time, we acknowledge that there are some deficits in student achievement and expectations set by the Illinois State Board of Education that have prompted the placement initiatives we are planning. As you know, many conversations are taking place in our community and online regarding these placement initiatives that include heterogeneous classes, EOS, and the Accelerated Placement Act. First and foremost, I want to address a major concern that has been circulating and clarify that we are not eliminating honors or AP classes. We will not eliminate honors or AP classes now or in the future. That statement is on our website as well. We recognize the value of these programs in challenging and nurturing our students' academic growth. We also recognize that all students deserve the benefit of experiencing a rigorous academic program. These changes reinforce rigor for all students, not dilute or diminish it. The suggestion that we are dismantling the curriculum is false. These placement initiatives have nothing to do with our curriculum. It is simply not possible for us to provide transparency about something that doesn't exist. I also want to acknowledge statements made about our teachers' readiness to move forward with these initiatives. Our outstanding teachers are already successfully meeting the needs of diverse learners in their classrooms. We've already implemented additional support systems outside the classroom and provide dedicated time for professional collaboration through PLCs and access to instructional coaches. During our recent Institute days, we offered opportunities for our staff to take a deeper dive into these initiatives. The D128 University and summer curriculum projects will also provide additional robust support this summer. The district will continue to track metrics and share them at public meetings as we support this work into the next few years. We stand firm in our commitment to support our teachers and students alike. However, managing the day-to-day classroom procedures will continue to be the job of department chairs and building leadership in collaboration with the district leadership team. While it's tempting for our board to micromanage the details of each classroom, we trust our teachers and course teams and will focus on setting direction and holding the superintendent accountable for results. It's important to recognize that while we strive for excellence, we're not alone in this pursuit. High-achieving schools like our neighbors at Stevenson have already set the bar high by removing striving learner courses from their course offerings. We now know and believe that all students deserve access to grade-level instruction and that they are not well served by being segregated from their peers. It is our responsibility as a school board to remain forward-thinking and proactive. We refuse to settle for the status quo or allow our rankings to slip, and our focus remains steadfastly on what's best for student learning. District 128 has a legacy of excellence and is heading toward a bright future as we work to complete our strategic plan and embrace our daring mission. I hope that we will all continue working together to ensure that our students receive the best possible education, preparing them for success in their future endeavors. Around noon today, the district shared a frequently asked questions document with our school community. Thank you for all of your questions that you emailed and contributed on the Google form. The FAQ can be found on our District 128 Facebook page and in the news section on the homepage of d128.org. The FAQ answers the questions we received from the community regarding the placement initiatives, and we will continue to update the document so that answers can be shared for the benefit of the whole community. We are always open to ideas that will improve the success of our initiatives, and we will continue to listen and keep avenues of communication open with our stakeholders. And with that, I will open it up for public comment. First on the list is Marty Gorin. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marty Gorin. Both my husband and I were teachers in this district for a total of 72 years. I was an English teacher. And I taught all 4 levels at LHS. I served as president of the Teachers Association, brought in the IFT to unionize the school, was union president, helped write your contract, and served on the negotiating committee for many years. I have a long institutional memory with this district. The relationship between this administration and the faculty is not a normal one. In 36 years, no grievance ever made it to the board. Despite any differences that we had, we were always able to work things out. We never had to make statements at a board meeting or have a teacher present because the trust level was low. Teachers are now demoralized by seeing their legitimate concerns ignored or deliberately mischaracterized. Many of the best teachers have had enough and have told me they are starting to look elsewhere. This district has now so many new initiatives going on. Teachers and parents can hardly keep track. One of the initiatives that concerns me is how many lower performing students have been moved up into honors, while the act that predicated this is still being amended. You say that honor students could be given additional work, or that students should choose their own mode of assessment. We're going to let students choose their own testing format? This isn't going to work for AP that uses only 2 forms, free response essays and multiple choice questions. And much of honors is taught in the same way so that they are prepared for college level work. The whole point of tracking is to group students of similar ability. A large movement of students with C-level GPAs into honors and AP dilutes the rigor, difficulty, and pacing of the class. And it's not fair to the gifted students. The superintendent's plan does not preserve honors and AP in the ways that they are currently taught. Diluting the content will result in lower AP scores, and this blame the Accelerated Placement Act method of heterogeneous grouping brings no benefit to the average honors or AP student, according to research. I also see that block scheduling is back on the table again. 2 things stood out when we fought this battle 30 years ago. Teachers were told they had to cut their curriculum by 1/3 and there would be less instructional time. I can't even imagine why you would want to consider this. As someone who taught both honors and AP for 1/3 of my career here, I am concerned with seeing the rigor dissipate. A whole generation of teachers spent their entire careers building this district into one that ranked 5th in state when I retired. Since then, I've seen things that chip away at that rigor and demoralize the faculty. Things like the elimination of honors classes like English Lit Honors, not because of enrollment, but because the admin wanted to add another AP class in its place. Elimination of several high-end specialized courses for this next year. The proposal to allow students to design their own tests.
That's 3 minutes. If you could finish your thoughts, please.
No more zeros or penalties for work not handed in on time. Block scheduling. Rigor does not disappear with one decision. It is a death by 1,000 cuts. And the cuts have started. This board needs to go to both schools, sit down with the teachers, and actively listen to their concerns.
Next, we have Dale Sherman.
Good evening, and thank you for this platform. Teacher layoffs. This is the inevitable result of dogmatic and blind adherence to DEI principles, which, as D128 attempts to achieve them, are immoral, unethical, and contrary to federal law. That law has been on the books for 60 years, specifically Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And the fact that acting contrary to the law has been normalized in academia lately does not make this action any more illegal. With cult-like adherence to DEI, the administration seems bound and determined to eradicate meritocracy, eradicate rigor, eradicate consequences, and eradicate excellence. Success is not finite, but resources are. D128 has squandered resources on a massive administrative bloat. How bloated? If my research is accurate, we have the largest staff of administrators in Lake County. These additional high-paying and utterly unnecessary administrative positions mean there's less money available for educators. What's worse, under the current regime, D128 seems to only hire administrators with red flags all over their resumes, who are specifically recommended against by interview committees, and who either have minimal high school experience, come from the worst performing districts, or both. D128 compounds the wasteful administrative bloat by hiring expensive consultants to work with unnecessary administrators. The D128 sends out surveys that cost tens of thousands of dollars to justify their poor choices with alleged parent and student support. Those surveys are simply self-fulfilling prophecy. Parents have become so disgusted that many opt themselves out, and they opt out their students. The parents who are left to take the survey are a tiny sample of the recipients, and they apparently trust the administration and do not hold it in the same contempt that the administration holds them. All of this abusive and wasteful spending results in fewer critical resources for our students, by far the most important of which is talented educators. We can afford less of them overall and cannot afford to keep the best ones we have. We're told the reason for the reduction in force of our teachers is declining enrollment. Why is enrollment down? Some of it is inevitably birth rates. Those have been steadily declining in Lake County since 2010 or before that. But we knew that and we expected it. It's also because homebuyers are voting with their feet. Homeschooling and private schools both seem to be booming. Many no longer want what they perceive as a district in decline. It does not have to be that way, though. Decline was a choice by a series of intentional steps. A return to excellence is a choice, too, if this board is bold enough to make it. I leave the board tonight making 3 requests. 1, please stop the proposed layoffs of the teachers. Vote no, and do whatever you must to ensure administrative staff is cut before teachers are. Please don't cut one more class, one more program, or one more teacher until you significantly reduce the size of the administration and exhausted all other remedies but cutting teacher staff. 2, please stop the blind and lawless adherence to DEI principles to the extent they violate the law and do not advance student interests. Demand that your administrative employees refocus on excellence, merit, achievement, and returning D128 to its former greatness. 3rd and last, please put a stop to heterogeneous classrooms, block scheduling, changes to traditional grading systems, and pushing students into AP classes that they have not earned a spot in based on their academic results. Tracking and merit have worked for
That's past
decades,
3
and the law
minutes. Could
absolutely
you
does
please
not
wrap it
require
up?
all the changes the administration intends to implement. Please don't force a misguided social experiment from a misguided administration onto our
Mr.
students
Sherman,
and teachers.
that's well over 3 minutes. Thank you.
They deserve better, a lot better, and it can be done if you're bold enough to act.
Next, we have Amy Christian and Samantha Phillips. It's together, yes?
It's me.
Okay.
We just have a group.
There's a group that I represent.
Community members and teachers who are here to stand together with Amy and finish any of her statement that she doesn't. Hi, my name is Amy Fiscal Christian, and I'm here to address you today as both a staff member in D128 and a community member. You see with me other staff members who also play the role of community members, staff whose kids will go, do go, or went to D128 schools, staff who attended D128 themselves, and staff who live in the district. This is home for so many of us. This is my 14th year at VH. I'm a graduate of LHS. I'm a second-generation educator in D128. I'm a parent and a taxpayer in the community, and my 3 kids will be here in just a couple of years. I have a lot of vested interest in D128, and I don't speak lightly tonight. I speak out of love. Right now, I'm feeling sad and I'm feeling frustrated. Parents ask me all the time about the high school. I used to be excited to tell them about how special it is, about the opportunities that their kids will have when they get here, about how educators willingly leave districts where they have tenure, like I did, to come to D128 because they know it will be their home for the rest of their career. Right now, I can't say these things exactly, and it makes me really disappointed. I want to address the certified staffing plan the board is voting on tonight. I know you may already have a plan for your vote, but I'm asking you to vote no. The plan includes a reduction in certified staff, including a tenured teacher in her 5th year. This plan includes a reduction in courses, a reduction in course sections for our kids, and it doesn't set us up for success to support the hundreds of diagonal movers we'll have next year due to the APA. These cuts are in the interest of fiscal responsibility. I get the economic imperative. I'm a taxpayer. However, I understand that D128 also has a responsibility to its daring, right over there, mission. I believe in this district, and I believe we have the ability to face our enrollment decline in a daring way that does not mean a loss for our students' opportunities. Last week, Kara Drumkey, you said, and I quoted, "This is the first time we're talking about a reduction of staff. What does this look like for our student body and their options? Are we giving our students less?" End quote. I want to answer her directly and say that if this plan goes through, then yes, we will be giving our kids less. These are cuts to our ability to develop graduates who are daring, a mission that we've all voted on and care about. During the board meeting last week, we heard that 37 courses will not be offered for next year, and that, and I quote, "A lot of these classes are year to year where we have 1 student sign up, 4 students sign up, and we just can't offer those." That's just not the case this year, and it's not the case in many instances. Many of the cuts are to classes where over 10 students signed up. For example, VH Style Studio, 10 kids were told no, the course will not run. VH AP Music Theory, 11 kids were told no, the course will not run. VH Social Justice Lit, 11 kids were told no. VH Zero Fitness Hour, 12 kids were told no. LHS Computer Science Honors, 13 kids were told no, the course will not run. VH STEM Capstone, 13 kids were told no. VH Dance 3, 13 kids were told no. VH Advanced Technical Drawing Honors, 14 kids were told no, the course will not run. What's frustrating is that these are many of the classes that are getting cut. These are very special, very niche classes that you don't find at any public school. Yes, they're small, but they are the classes that give kids unique opportunities and access to multiple pathways, which
That's
is
3 minutes.
prioritizing our
Could you wrap it
strategic
up?
plan.
That's 3 minutes.
I'm going to. I'm finished. Thank you.
Where'd you leave off? Okay, pretend I'm Amy. I have red hair. I'm almost 6 feet tall and I'm gorgeous. Okay. One example is personal for Amy, and that's American Studies. It's emblematic of the decision-making by admin, both building and district, that leads to fewer opportunities for kids. Currently, we have 2 sections at VH. Next year, there will be 1, and Amy will no longer be teaching this class. 59 kids requested the course. That's more than we have enrolled in 2 sections right now. 9 kids were told no, they cannot take the class because there will only be 1 section. Those kids are all missing out on the opportunity to do daring cross-curricular learning that breaks the mold of traditional American Lit and American History classes. 50 kids is the administrative creative optimum for this class, so 50 kids will be enrolled together in a giant class next year. If anyone were to ask the teachers about this, they'd explain why this plan is suboptimal for learning. The English and history teachers will have to separate, essentially recreating the traditional model of isolated English and history classes. This isn't in line with our daring mission. We should be fighting harder to hang on to our staff. Truly, we are going to need all of the support we can get next year when the APA is in place. Hundreds of students will be moving into honors and AP classes for the first time. Personally, we think that it is very exciting that more kids than ever will have access to rigorous college-level courses. Let's be daring and ensure that more access to rigorous courses comes along with more access to resources. Right now, the plans to support the vast jump in diagonal movers is nebulous and has left my colleagues and I with more questions than clear answers. Even the FAQ sheet that was sent today did not include any answers about out-of-class support for all groups of diagonal movers. Let's be daring and meet the needs of all our diagonal movers. Rather than hiring non-certified hourly employees to staff the lab for 9th graders only, why aren't we retaining classified AP certified teachers who know our curriculum and standards to staff the lit lab? Perhaps there are other places where D128 should consider its fiscal responsibility. There's one place that's especially top of mind for many of us. The district office has created new 6-figure salaried district office positions within the last 4 years. Research says that the factor with the highest impact on student achievement is high impact learning, not more district administrators. To me, this feels like the place to address D128's fiscal irresponsibility and to realign with our mission. Let's be daring in a way that doesn't create losses for our kids' opportunities due to lost classes, lost sections, and lost teachers. I believe in this board, I believe in this district, and I believe it's possible. Board members, please vote no on the certified staffing plan presented to you tonight. Thank you for listening.
Next up, we have Gwen Jansen.
Hi, good evening, and thank you all for your service to District 128, the community, the staff, the students. I'm here tonight to share my concerns about the direction of the district and the well-being of our students and staff. I have a junior and an incoming freshman at BHHS, and we've lived in Vernon Hills for more than 20 years. Our amazing and highly regarded district appears now to be at a crossroads, and I am deeply concerned we are about to go down the wrong path. In preparing to speak tonight, I had several teachers from both high schools reach out to me. I won't betray what they shared except to say that their frustration, confusion, and despair was palpable. While I'm not here to debate the merits or challenges of any of the initiatives D128 is considering instituting, I will say that I believe it is folly to make so many changes in such short order. We currently have a shifting and inconsistent grading policy that neither teachers nor parents and students understand. Evaluation and assessment practices are changing at the very same time we're capturing more kids into honors and AP than ever before, thanks to the APA and the EOS. We don't have any way to measure the successes or failures of these initiatives because of the grading and assessment changes, and even more frighteningly, we have virtually no way to support these students thanks to our embarrassing lack of MTSS. Even Tier 1 supports aren't fully available and reliable at VHHS, specifically because we can't keep the ARC staffed. Struggling students already have nowhere to turn. As students, like my kids, are being automatically recommended for honors and AP courses, they're being told that they should expect not to be able to exit the course if it ends up being too demanding for them. Obviously, this comes from an understandable scheduling and sectioning roadblock, but the upshot is that kids will be stuck in the deep end with very little support and no escape. I can't even wrap my mind around the level of stress this will cause teachers, students, and parents. Rolling out so many changes in such short order will mean we can't collect meaningful feedback to evaluate the metrics and the successes and challenges of these implemented initiatives. We can't implement anything with fidelity, and importantly, we're adding to the climate of chaos and stress that our teachers and students are already feeling every single day in our buildings. As passionate as any of us may be about any or all of these changes, and many of you here know how passionate I am about specifically the grading policy with equity and reform, I implore you to hit the brakes before we hit a breaking point. We cannot afford to lose or fail to attract quality educators and administrators, and we can't play fast and loose with our kids' education. Thank you.
Next is Julie Landgraf.
I have mine on my phone. My name is Julie Landgraf, and I'm an incoming parent of a 9th grader. I've debated what to address tonight as we only have 3 minutes to talk. So I want to briefly address 2 issues. First, the curriculum changes. I'm very concerned about how the administrators are making changes when it was clearly recommended by our district from a consulting firm that the board hired to not make the changes. My next concern is how is it that the incoming 9th grade parents have yet to be contacted in regards to these sweeping changes when their children will be the first to be affected by them? I have not received an email from the district about the changes. I received emails about registering my daughter, signing up for classes, and the advanced placement, but there has been no other information. I have gotten all of the district emails either through friends, through Facebook, or just from relying on others. I've been watching the board meetings. I've gone back and watched all the information and to try to learn all the information that I can about how my daughter's curriculum will change. What a disappointing start to the beginning of what was supposed to be a fun and exciting time for my daughter and for our family, who is now worried about whether or not she'll have classes with enough rigor to get her to college or whether or not she'll be challenged enough in high school. I'm very concerned having family members who have also needed more support with learning disabilities and due to other learning needs, that you're pushing kids who need more support into classrooms with way less support. Here tonight, you will talk about also letting teachers and staff go. How can we let teachers go when they actually need, what they actually need is more support, not less support? This brings me to my second area of concern, which is our school budget. How are we in a position where we need to financially let staff go? Have we looked at every possible option to keep these valued teachers and staff employed? The teachers have come to the board very concerned about this, but I do not feel their concerns are being heard by our board or our administration. The school board is the voice of our community, and I hope you use your position to address the concerns that the community and members have and that are so desperately trying to convey to you. Thank you.
Next is Amy Franz.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for this opportunity. I come here, my name is Amy Franz. I have 2 college children who went through LHS and a current junior. I'm a language arts teacher with an LBS 1, a special education license, and I'm started out as a classroom teacher and moved into co-teaching. I now work more as a private LBS 1 with students in D128 and other neighboring districts. Obviously, the idea of a fully inclusive classroom is what I have strived for, and that's what I think all of us on the board and all of us in this community would like to see happen. However, I have some concerns about some of the things that I saw in the FAQ and some of the answers that I've received about some of the changes that are coming. First, the change to what the district is calling heterogeneous classrooms. The main reason that has been given for the current shift to heterogeneous classrooms is to be in compliance with what is called the 70-30 rule. This mandate came about to protect special education students. That is 10% of our population, according to the school report card. They have the lowest proficiency in math and ELA scores, other than one other subgroup included in the EOS plan. The 70-30 mandate states that the amount of IEP students in all general education classes needs to be limited to 30%, not just in the team taught. This is not a viable solution to answer this problem and to get us into compliance with this rule. Adding other subgroups that we have been doing through this EOS plan is not solving this problem. It's only further complicating it. So my question to you guys is, how are we going to get these students, our most vulnerable students, where they need to be? Just implementing that in the 9th grade this year is not going to solve this problem. The second challenge that I see is that our pandemic grading and assessment practices, which are still in place, are not consistent and they're not equitable. We have academic gaps across all of our tracks, honors, college prep, and AP, as is evidenced by our proficiency scores, which are still about 10% lower across the district than they were pre-pandemic. There are many inconsistencies around late work, retakes, grading. Most of my students that I work with cannot even explain what all the policies are in their classes. From my observation, we are not adequately preparing students for college without this consistency. More kids with all these diagonal movements are going to need reteaching and they're going to need retesting. That's 200 kids. Our teachers back here are already spending so much of their time grading late work, reteaching, retesting. How are we planning to add these additional layers of support? We also don't have very available MTSS data that's going to help drive these decisions and determine who does need those extra layers of support. Neighboring
That's 3
districts have
minutes,
already
if you
moved
wouldn't
to a
mind wrapping it
single
up.
cohesive policy on grading and assessments. This keeps our data fair and normed. We're going to need this data to evaluate all these programmatic changes. So can we look to our administration to find a solution to put a consistent and cohesive practice in place before we make all these programmatic changes?
Amy, that's past 3 minutes. If you could wrap it up,
Thank you.
please.
There are many details to synthesize, and I really appreciate, as a former board member myself, I know how difficult this is. And I realize the train has left the station, but let's try to be fluid and make sure we're considering all aspects of this plan. Thank you.
Next is Michael Schenk.
At least I'm going to try to set my own timer here just to keep myself on track. So first, before I actually do start, I want to commend everybody out here. As a business, as a community leader, as a village trustee, it's wonderful to see our teachers, our community, our board welcoming, giving a welcoming area for people to kind of speak their minds, and to see the teachers that were up here going in front of their employer. That's a tough thing to do, I am sure. So I applaud all of you guys. You guys are on the front lines every day, so I thank you all for that. It's really hard to follow up on a lot of these comments. I'm actually going to talk about finance, I'd like to ask. So a while ago, somebody told me that, hey, take a look at the district finances. I'm like, why? We're 172% adequately funded according to the evidence funding model. And what does that mean? That means we're 72% overfunded according to ISB. An example, District 73 is 82% underfunded, okay? Yes, we had a referendum 5 years ago, and yes, did I lead that referendum, one of the people? Yes, along with Julie Langdraff and a whole bunch of other people. So I understand that. But why are we so overfunded, but now we're making teacher cuts? So I started taking a look at things. And I'm a numbers guy because I'm a business owner, and I see all the financial documents that are online. Support services, for example, have gone from 21 million to 27 million in 3 years. That's a lot. Instruction services. Now, granted, the instruction is the lifeblood of our community in the district. That has also increased. Revenues have also increased. But why are we overspending? I sometimes feel that when I watch board meetings, mostly online these days, I feel like the questions, I'm in your shoes with the village. I'm not with the school, but I get it. I implore you all to ask the hard questions. Why are we here? How did we get here that we have to start laying teachers off? There is a lot of administration, and wondering like, well, if we're laying teachers, shouldn't we also lay off some administration? Nobody wants to lay off anybody, in my mind, personally. I think we can figure it out at 172% adequate funding model. So I just implore you all, please ask the tough questions. Ms. Drumke, I think you were asking some nice questions, tough questions when they were talking about at the last committee meeting a week ago. Because now you guys are going to be asking the community to fund a referendum for debt service extension bonds, which is like a line of credit. How are you expecting us, the taxpayer, to approve that and to be levied more on our taxes? I think that's a tough sell. You have to do something on your part to show fiscal responsibility that we're working hard. This is our last option. I know you guys put a $60 million capital improvement project, which was out of reserves, which was great, which I thought was, so how did we get there? For years, we were adding more and more to the general fund reserves, if I'm correct.
That's 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll
just wrap it up.
Okay, so I want to make sure that you guys always ask those hard questions. Dig deep. Don, Mr. Carmichael, you're nodding your head on the reserves. You get it. We're so far away from that today. And I don't know why. Last thing, walking through the Libertyville cafeteria last week, I get it. This, like, the ceiling looks like it wants to fall down. We have a lot of capital improvement projects. I get it. But we have to start taking responsibility for our financial decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Marnie Navarro.
Good evening. My name is Marnie Navarro. I'm a proud District 70 and District 128 graduate and mother of a gifted District 70 fifth grader. I stand before you here tonight as a deeply concerned parent and taxpayer. the historically high-performing District 128 that has for decades been a destination district, attracting the most talented educators, some of whom, like Marty Gorin, taught me AP Literature, and parents like me, as a single mother moving to this district solely for the schools, is on the precipice of being destroyed past the point of recognition. 2 short weeks ago, I first learned of the prospect of heterogeneous classrooms and was deeply concerned about the potential impact on my daughter and the many advanced, gifted incoming feeder school students. Thus began my crash course in what has happened to District 128 under Superintendent Herman's now 3-year tenure, rendering it nearly unrecognizable, and it is about to get a lot worse. Whereas I was taught Shakespeare, students are being taught Harry Potter, which my daughter read in 3rd grade. Standardized test scores are declining, equidistant grading where there are no zeros, unlimited redos, group grading leaves our students unprepared for the rigors and reality of college and beyond. There are numerous converging broad sweeping initiatives, EOS, heterogeneous classrooms, AP initiative, equidistant grading, that have been in the works, snuck under the radar for the past 2+ years with zero transparency to the parents and the community. Up until last week, there's been no communication to the parents, presumably in response to our sit down with Superintendent Herman and the many questions, many of which are still unanswered. The administration finally got around to sending an email last week, but conveniently didn't bother to even send it to the incoming freshmen, who will be the first canaries down the proverbial mine shaft, beginning in a few short months. Contrary to the claim, the teachers are not ready for what is on the immediate horizon. They are overwhelmed, their expertise and valid concerns ignored. District 128 has tripled the number of administrators in the last 12 years, creating 4 new 6-figure district-level administrative positions in the past 3 years at significant cost to taxpayers. Yet numerous of the hires are not the most qualified or competent candidates. Even with our top-heavy administrative bloat, District 128 is expending significant money on outside consultants, hemorrhaging taxpayer dollars, all this while simultaneously firing FTEs. Superintendent Herman has a documented history of bouncing from district to district after a few years with contentious relationships with unions. This is consistent with the reported experience of ignoring teachers, surrounding herself with external hires who won't challenge her perspective. I and others have not gotten straight answers to straight questions, including the data underlying these converging initiatives, why they are right for District 128, and how success or failure will be measured. Instead, we have been met with deflection and circle talk. We've now heard that honors will continue to exist, but what does that mean? Will it be a year-long of honors level instruction with the same rigor, curriculum, and teaching, or will it later be blended into heterogeneous classrooms with independent study for honors credit? That's a big distinction. Superintendent Herman's chosen architect of overhauling of District 128.
That's 3 minutes. If you could wrap it up, please.
Yes. Yet last week, he was unable to point us to specific examples in similar district. Board members, it is not too late to tap the brakes. Parents, wake up. We are at a crossroads. The future of your children's education, the strength of our school district and its curriculum, and our students' college and career readiness, and your property values are at stake. Thank you.
Next is Kate Kuznetsov. You don't want to address the board? Okay. Does anybody else want to address the board at this time? Mm-hmm.
Good evening, John Hetzel, Vernon Hills. I've been coming here for almost 2 years now. And if I'm not mistaken, I think I've heard the same thing from the teachers, students, student council, parents. You're overwhelming them. Your initiatives are going a little reckless. People can't adapt. They don't have the time. 2 years now. You all double down. Don't make changes. Don't pivot. Don't be flexible. You just ram it in. And that's what you're doing. I also find it interesting that there was a grievance filed against Ms. Herman when she was at Palo Alto as a principal, where she went against the union contract. She did the same thing this fall with the calendar, saying she had the support of the teachers union, and they emphatically in the next board meeting said that was not the case. It wasn't in their contract. So now we have a pattern. And also I wanted to point out, 4 jobs in the last 7 years before coming here. How do we know she's going to be here in another year after all this is done? I also like to know the other architect of a lot of this, Mr. Varn, comes from 2 high schools with some of the lowest proficiency rates and ranked in the bottom of the state while he was principal there. And that's who you have being the architect of these 4 new educational platforms you're putting in. I'd like to know how the credentials there supported that. So what I recommend that this school board, teachers, parents in this community, make sure that we understand clearly what's trying to be accomplished here. And we're not certain that that's been clear to anybody because there hasn't been a lot of transparency. Other districts who have implemented some of these things have done them one at a time, and they have platforms on their websites that are very clear and informative, yet you guys have been hiding it in the weeds. It's not fair to the community. It's not fair to the students. And you're going to degrade the education. You're going to lose some teachers. You're going to lose families in this community. So your enrollment's going to go down more. Think about what you're doing here. You really need to understand who's driving the car. And that car is heading for a wreck. And we've heard this now for 2 years. You're overwhelming community. Stop it. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to address the board?
Hi, my name is Jan Landgraf. I wasn't planning to speak, and it's sad that not all the board members are here tonight, but I just want to have the board members remember that you work for us. And you could tell by all the people who are here today that they're very concerned. And you need to make sure that this is the right steps that you're taking and in the right order, and are we going too fast? And that's your job. And please represent us. We're here telling you that we're not happy, and we would like you to do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to address the board? Okay. We are going to move on to our teachers union report.
Good evening. My name is Katie Bacher. I'm a science teacher and instructional coach at LHS. I'm also the LHS building rep for the D128 Federation of Teachers. Tonight, our union is here to express our grave concerns regarding the proposed reductions in full-time equivalent positions within our school district and the profound impacts these reductions will have on our students. As representatives of the dedicated professionals who serve D128 students every day, we cannot overstate the severity of this situation. Last Monday, Paul Carnstead spoke to the Program and Personnel Committee about the district's plan to reduce FTE. At that meeting, administration noted that there was only a 1% decrease in our FTE. Our union would like to clarify that 1% reduction in FTE sounds very low because it's based on the entire certified staff, including non-classroom educators. When the reduction is calculated by general classroom teachers only, the school board is being asked to cut 5% of our classroom teachers. The proposed reductions in FTE will hit general classroom teachers the hardest, and also that is where it will be felt most by our students. This will have a widespread and deeply felt impact. The board is being asked to cut 3.1 FTE. This will be the first time since 2018 that a tenured teacher has been reduced to part-time. Additionally, teachers are being shuffled around and given teaching assignments for next year in different departments that are not in their area of expertise. Veteran teachers are being asked to commute, and many teachers will have brand new preps. Now, to be clear, we believe in our teachers, and we know that if you're certified in something, you can teach it. We also know that our members will go above and beyond to deliver the best possible education to our students.
but the reallocation of teacher assignments is happening at a much higher rate this year. Is it fair to our students that in a year of rapid change and potentially an increased level of academic support required, that we will have more teachers than ever teaching new curriculum? In addition to this, we would also like to emphasize that it is the course requests, not necessarily enrollment of students, that determines class sizes. The 5% decrease in classroom teachers and a course request decrease of 1.7% do not match. We are concerned that our class sizes will only continue to rise. Optimums are determined by our Appendix F in our negotiated teacher contract. This school year, we are seeing 11 to 12% classrooms above optimum class size. Our district average previously was about 6.5% classes above the optimum class size since the 2014-2015 school year. If you decrease teachers more than your course requests decrease, you can expect to be well above that average again. We want to continually advocate for what research consistently shows us. Smaller class sizes and adequate support staff are critical factors in student success. By reducing FTE positions, we are compromising the quality of education our students receive and jeopardizing their future prospects. Additionally, during Monday's discussion, board member Kara Benjamin asked if there were any trends in classes being over the optimum. We were frustrated to hear the administration say that these overages were seen across the board. This is untrue. We came with data to the January 18th Labor Management Committee, and we shared that our college prep and honors level courses were trending at a much higher rate of being over optimum than other levels. We also shared that math and English departments across the district had been hit harder with classes over optimum, and again, at a higher rate in our college prep and our honors level courses than anywhere else. We also brought this data to the January 30th board meeting in order to inform the school board to avoid the difficulties we are discussing today. We came to both the administration and the school board in an effort to address a problem, and it feels like our concerns are being dismissed. Last Monday, board member Kara Drumke asked in regards to the proposed FTE cuts, what's being eliminated? What does it look like for the student body? We don't have the big picture yet, as the administration has yet to share any of that data for the 24-25 school year. But from the information that we have gathered, we have answers that look like this. Bryant Kelly reported that student requests to take 37 courses, and administration decided not to run those, some of which had as many as 14 students who signed up for them. French 1 is not running next year at LHS. Students who are not able to enroll in French in their middle school can never take French and do not have equal access to upper level French classes at D128. 9 students at VHHS were turned down to take the class called American Studies next year, and the remaining 50 students who requested this popular English social studies double class will be in one section with 2 teachers. One AP English teacher was told that his section will have 30 students. Next year at LHS, there are only 2 sections for Auto Tech 2, with 44 students in a space meant to hold 20 students per class. At VHHS next year, AP Music Theory will not run. Computer Science Honors is not running next year at LHS either. This is a prerequisite to our AP Computer Science classes, so if this doesn't run, it puts the entire program at risk. At VHHS, 13 students ready for the STEM capstone classes will not have a class. 13 VHHS dancers will not be able to pursue Dance 3. These are only a few examples that have been discovered, and along with staff reductions, this has all undoubtedly led to more courses being over their optimum, reduction in individualized attention, and diminished access to essential resources and support services for our students. We ask the board to reconsider its acceptance of the proposed staffing plan and to explore alternative solutions to address budgetary challenges. Our students deserve better than diminishing staff plan, and it's incumbent upon us to prioritize their needs above all else. We urge the board to listen to teacher voice to find creative solutions to preserve the integrity of our blue ribbon schools and ensure that every student has equal access to a high-quality education.
I'd like to turn it over now to our student school board representatives for their reports.
Hi, I'm speaking on behalf of Rakaya tonight. She's currently breaking her fast for the holy month of Ramadan, so she apologizes for not being able to make it. This past Saturday, Vernon Hills High School invited us right here to celebrate the annual Best Buddies prom. Hundreds of students attended from Libertyville, Mundelein, Grays Lake Central, and Lake Zurich. I was very lucky to attend this event because we worked very hard on the Best Buddies executive board to promote it and get as many students to come as possible. Students danced, took pictures at the photo booth, watched a magician, had a delicious pasta dinner, and showed off their dance moves. Overall, it was a really fun experience and everyone enjoyed their time celebrating in an organized and flexible environment for student disabilities. Recently, the Student Council Executive Board visited our prom venue for this year. It will be at the Lincolnshire Marriott. Visiting the venue allows Stuco to plan out where different aspects of the dance will be and to create a floor plan of the dance ahead of time. Senior Bridget Graham said, "I'd like tasting all of the food options and figuring out what our prom menu will be." Graham also added, "I definitely think this venue is way better than last year's in terms of distance relative to home. Driving really takes away from the event in my opinion, so being able to get there quickly and get back to LHS quickly is awesome. I also love the pavilion at the Lincolnshire Marriott, which the Stonegate did not have last year." Stuco has not yet decided on themes, but they are currently working on that. Back to me. On Tuesday, March 12th, LHS had their 8th grade activities night. The night kicked off with a presentation in the auditorium showing the vast extracurricular opportunities students could participate in high school. Then, the kids were released into the gym where they interacted with members of the many sports and clubs offered. Head of the new club, Young Entrepreneurs, Young Investors, Oliver Braun, shared why he was grateful for the opportunity. It's a good way for incoming freshmen to see all of the different interests supported by the high school and get in contact with YAE at the start of the year so they know when meetings are right away. One side of the gym was lined with all kinds of clubs, including YAE, while the other side held our sports. On the sports side of the gym, junior Quinlan Hunter tossed around a water polo ball while talking to future girls water polo players. She thought the night was perfect as a warm welcome for the girls to see coaches and talk to players. That way, if they decide to play, they will see familiar faces for our preseason events. Overall, the night was successful in boosting 8th graders' excitement and involvement for when they're officially Wildcats. Recently, groups of students have been asked to be part of the interview process for different positions at LHS. Students served on the Wildcat committee for the day and heard candidates' response to various questions, as well as sort of a mock staff meeting presentation that was done by each candidate. This was an amazing experience as it allowed students to give input and be a part of a decision that would directly impact other students in the school. We were able to give a different perspective on the most important qualities these candidates had to offer, and also learned what employers look for in interviews, as this will be beneficial to us in our future career plans. I'm very grateful I got to partake in this opportunity, and I'm excited that students will continue to be included in these important decisions, including filling the freshly opened role of principal.
Good evening. Last week, our LHS boys varsity baseball team started off their season in a home opener against Crystal Lake Central. The boys had a strong performance with line drive hits out in the field to great offensive pitching. The game ended in 6 innings with a win for the Wildcats, taking 12 runs, and Crystal Lake Central getting 2. Senior varsity member Ryan Lang said, "Our success has been attributed to hard work and having each other's back. If we keep this mentality, we'll go far in the playoffs." Their next game is this week, Tuesday, at home against Glenbrook South, and they will also be partaking in their annual tournament in Arizona over spring break. Sticking to sports, the boys varsity water polo team has had a great season so far with 8 wins and 3 losses. Their last few weekend tournaments have been a great show of their strength as a team. At the Buffalo Grove tournament, LHS took first place, a first time in LHS history of winning that specific tournament. And this past weekend, they participated in the Mundelein tournament, and in the end, they took 4th. Senior and one of the varsity captains, Sam Raisin, said, "So far, the water polo season has been a great and lots of fun. We've bonded together as a team very well and improved our communication skills. And we're looking forward to a fun and successful rest of our season." Their next game is against our Vernon Hills Cougars right here on Wednesday at Vernon Hills. This past weekend as well, Debate participated in their state tournament held at ISU. Libertyville brought 4 varsity teams to the tournament, and all were for the public forum debaters. 4 groups worked together to create cases with different pro and con perspectives, as well as different evidence and rebuttals. They started preparation in February and March and practiced mock debates to prepare for their evidence. After 6 rounds on Friday, Alex Clark and Kajal Sagar advanced forward to the championship round. These advancing teams beat the number 3 seeded team, Stevenson, a big upset as Libertyville was only seeded at 14th. Libertyville added to their quarterfinals, but sadly fell to Hinsdale Central. Senior Alex Clark, one of the varsity members, said, "It was a great time to close my debate career. I was super proud of the hard work we put in as a team and bonding we did this past year, especially this weekend. It was a great experience together as a team." As well this weekend, LHS mock trial also went to state and had a very strong finish in their tournament. Thank you.
Our sports teams have had quite the start this month. Our unified basketball team clinched a state championship victory, so congratulations to them. Our girls badminton team is returning with the intent to have yet another successful season with making a deep run to the state finals once again. After completing her sophomore year in the state championships and battling hard but finishing in 8th place, junior Neha Kulkarni is excited for another opportunity to bring home the gold. Senior Kyle Manivasigam is starting her last go-around with the badminton team, and she says, "I'm so excited for the rest of the season this year. I'm looking forward to seeing what the rest of the season carries for us, and we are all hopeful for a successful postseason. We are all rooting for them and their success this year." Our girls track team just wrapped up their indoor season with the conference championship. Varsity relay took 2nd place, and for the fielders, senior Laurel Hand took 1st place on pole vault, and senior Katie Favor taking 3rd in shot put. Senior Emma Furcano is enjoying her last year as a first-time track athlete and says, "I've had a lot of fun with my teammates, and I'm looking forward to taking our success to the outdoor season." Our boys track team also just completed their indoor season with a 4th place finish in the CSL championship. Senior Campbell Woolard, junior Brady Ketz, freshman Bryant Lester, and senior Charlie Blackmer all took 1st in the 4x8. Senior Sean Kalu also took 1st in the 200-meter dash. On our club side of things, our Science Olympiad did a clean sweep, taking 1st in qualifying for the state competition in Urbana-Champaign. Senior Olivia Graham has been a member of the team for 2 years and says, "Winning regionals was genuinely so special. Seeing all of our efforts come to fruition and knowing that our practices paid off is such a great feeling. We are all going to continue our hard work and look forward to seeing what we can do at the state level." Our math team also had some victories the past couple of weeks with the 1st place victory in the sectional meet and are excited about competing at the state meet in Urbana as well.
This month, VHS saw a lot happening in the Fine Arts Department. Firstly, on March 8th, students performed in the Inclusive Fine Arts Show during 8th period and after school. Both times, there was a packed audience in awe of the amazing show that was put on. Every year, we get to see a beautiful performance put together, and this year was no different. This year's show was titled The Cougar Quest, A Hunt Through the Habitats, where performers brought us along on their journey to find treasure, braving through the jungle, ocean, and Arctic. Throughout the show, there were enthusiastic dances to some familiar favorite songs from The Lion King to Happy Feet. We look forward to seeing the epic show that they create next year. Also, as we approach the end of the school year in the Fine Arts Department, are concerts with senior solos, which kicked off with the March concerts. Every year, seniors participate in a concerto competition, and the talented winners perform their solo during the Fine Arts concerts. On March 13th, senior Kaylee Kim performed Edward Lalo's Symphony Espangole, beautifully showing the sheer talent the VHS music department holds. Kaylee says, "I've always been intrigued by the orchestral part of Lalo's Symphony Espangole, but never had the chance to actually play the piece with an orchestra. So I was really excited to relearn this piece given the opportunity through the senior concerto competition." If you missed the amazing last concert and solo, don't worry. There are 2 more senior soloist concerts left this year. Flautist Karen Sky is preparing to perform on April 30th, Griff's poem. Preparing for the May 14th orchestra concert is Noah Kim. Though he usually plays the violin at school, he will be playing the piano for a solo, performing Andante Sostenuto's Saint Saëns Piano Concerto No. 2 in G minor, Movement 1. Finally, our Academic Resource Center continues to hold their SAT boot camp every Wednesday. Led by student leaders each week, there is a session held where specifically juniors can learn and practice more with the SAT. One of the biggest things the ARC has had to navigate is how to help students prepare for the new digital SAT. On the ARC exec board, Senior Ami Blidia described this experience as, the ARC's SAT bootcamp is most definitely a collective effort by the executive board and other peer tutors, with some members focusing on marketing, some on one-on-one tutoring, and still others leading large guided sessions. The SAT bootcamp aims to give those taking the SAT confidence and strategy. This year, with the new digital SAT being released by the College Board, the SAT Bootcamp has become more focused on understanding the differences between the digital and paper SAT, as well as putting general strategies and recommended times per question to use by doing practice problems. The remaining SAT Bootcamp sessions will focus on math, and as we inch closer to the April SAT, the ARC will continue to urge students to drop by on Wednesday mornings for a cup of hot chocolate and some SAT practice.
March 4th through the 9th consisted of recognition for school social workers. The School Social Work Association of America is a dedicated organization seeking to empower school social workers and promote the profession of school social work, leading to a special shout out for our social workers, some of which are here right now. Karen Clark, Amy Dillon, Josie DeMarco, Doug Dustemer, Jessica Perez, Liz Peterson, Kelly Garrison. This month, 76 students who are enrolled in one of our business classes, Introduction to Business, Entrepreneurship, Marketing, or Sports and Entertainment Marketing, attended a field trip to Topgolf. There, students got to play Topgolf games with their classmates and were offered lunch. Not only was this a fun field trip, but educational as well, as students questioned the operations manager and event coordinator to understand how Topgolf runs its day-to-day operations and how it generates revenue that's different from their other physical locations. Last week, BHHS students completed a 5 Essential Illinois State survey that allowed students to make their voices heard and helped assign a summative designation score to our school. With participation being shown on our school's state report card, 95% of VHHS students completed the survey. This data will allow our school to create improvement plans and allocate resources to help increase student learning and outcomes. Additionally, this month, our Career Resource Center arranged speaker sessions with an architect, builder/contractor, realtor, emergency room doctor, med/dental assistant, massage therapist, lawyer, VP of a major company, and aerospace engineer to provide students with greater insight into these careers and how to pursue them. One staff member described these as fun and interactive sessions that allowed students to ask questions and interact with the guest speakers. After talking to numerous students who stopped by, some of whom were EL and were provided with awesome Russian translators, many found it insightful and entertaining as some of the guest speakers got into the industry unintentionally. Lastly, our school safety officer, Dan Mead, was honored at the March 10th Chicago Wolves game as hometown hero and was nominated by a mentor that he personally looks up to, Fireman Tony. At school, he's an advisor of the law enforcement clubs and ensures campus safety. As an advisor, he brings in special guest speakers that have different backgrounds in law enforcement, such as judges, canine units, and forensic accountants. He's even hosting self-defense classes this Tuesday and Thursday. After speaking with him, he said that he's grateful for helping with the Best Buddies proms and he will pursue a career in special education after retirement. In all, Officer Mead has expressed that he's glad to be able to create a place for students to belong. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did anyone have any questions for the student school board reps about their reports? No. Okay, thank you very much. Moving on, next is our FOIA requests.
Good evening. We received 4 FOIA requests and they were fulfilled since the last board meeting. And then following the FOIA request, we also have our good news for the month of March. As the students indicated, our Special Olympics Unified Basketball team won the state championship. And I want to note that the team members are Chase Miller, Zavi Granados, Ben Peterson, Marco Pastar, Alex Perez Guzman, Hazel Morales, Noah Hewitt, Brendan Larson, Devin Razchek, Arav Seth, Ty Schiff, Zach Henderson, Jack Wasser, Connor Brockway, and Parker Nuttall. In addition, Debbie Beagle, coach of the State Unified Basketball Champs, has been selected as Illinois Basketball Coaches Association Unified Basketball Coach of the Year. She will be honored at a luncheon in May at ISU. Next, the Libertyville High School Academic Decathlon team finished fifth in state, which was held on March 2nd at the University of Illinois Champaign campus. The 2023 team members were Jessica Hedlund, Jillian Thompson, Sarah Abraham, Elise Jonke, Nicholas Reeves, Alexandra Gomberg, Michaela Boone, Quinn Eisenberg. The team is coached by science teacher Mark Busing. And finally, the Vernon Hills Science Olympiad team earned first place at the McHenry County Regionals and qualified for the state competition at University of Illinois Champaign. The team is coached by Nikki Collins. And that is the end of our good news report.
Thank you for sharing that indeed good news. We are moving on to our consent agenda, and we are looking for a motion to approve the consent vote agenda as presented.
Carmichael, so moved.
Kulkarni, second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Benjamin.
Aye.
Carmichael.
Aye.
Drumkey.
Aye.
Hessel.
Aye.
Kulkarni.
Aye. The consent agenda passes. Moving on to items for action, I will turn it over to P&P Chair Don Carmichael to take us through the items that came out of committee.
Okay, the first thing up, item A, is the 24-25 IHSA membership renewal. This is something that we do annually to become a part of the IHSA. Brian, if you could take us through it.
Sure. Again, this is, as Don said, this is our membership yearly for the IHSA, for our athletics and our activities for Libertyville and Vernon Hills. Please note there are no dues to the Illinois High School Association, but we do need to renew that we will be participating for the 24-25 school year.
And that no dues, is that like a long-term thing, or because we paid dues for years?
We have not paid dues since I was AD, so probably over 17 years.
All right, so that's normal now. It's just SOP. Are there any questions? No discussion. Okay. Roll call. Who we got? Oh, I'm sorry. I have to have a motion first. I would like a motion to approve the 24-25 IHSA membership for LHS and VHHS.
Hessel, so moved. Benjamin, second.
Roll call.
Carmichael.
Aye.
Drumkey.
Aye.
Hessel.
Aye.
Kulkarni.
Aye.
Benjamin.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. We'll go on to the Ombudsman Alternative Education Services Agreement. Again, I will pass it over to Bryant.
So our Ombudsman, their campus in Waukegan provides an off-campus program for some of our students. And we have to make a commitment to our Ombudsman so that they can make their staffing for the following year. So we are committing to 2 students. We have 2 students there this year. We are committing to 2 students, which gives us a better rate for the 2 students. We can always, if there is room, we can always add students in next year. You pay a little bit more of a rate, but it's the amount of time that they're in there. So we are reserving 2 slots, again, which we did last year with them.
All right. So can I have a motion to approve the Ombudsman Alternative Education Services Agreement for the 24-25 school year?
Benjamin. I move to approve the Ombudsman Alternative Education Services Agreement for the 2024 to 25 school year.
Drumkey, second.
Further discussion? Very good. Roll call.
Drumkey.
Aye.
Hessel.
Aye.
Kulkarni.
Aye.
Benjamin.
Aye.
Carmichael.
Aye. Again, the motion passes. We're moving on to item C for the intergovernmental agreement for physical therapist for District 70 and District 120.
Yeah, so the background on this, currently our physical therapy needs for the district, for Libertyville High School and Vernon Hills High School students are met by seedall, so the Special Education District of Lake County. And so we contract with them for physical therapy services for our students during the day. We have had some struggles with getting some services from seedall in the past, and that's why again, we've made some changes with seedall from taking back our ELS classroom to starting our own transition pathway program, to our occupational therapists that we now employ our own occupational therapists. And so looking at our physical therapy needs, we do not need a full-time physical therapist that we need to hire. So Kelly Hartwig was exploring alternatives to how we can get a quality physical therapist for our district and for our students, and working with District 70. So again, Libertyville Elementary District and District 120, which is Mundelein High School District. Again, they have historically gotten their physical therapy needs through seedall, but they are struggling also. So we decided to work together and have this employee share services basically between the three districts. District 70 will hire the person. They'll be responsible for the physical therapist. And part of it is that 3 weekdays will be at District 70, 1 weekday at District 128, and then 1 weekday at 120. So all of this is going to, cost us money in paying District 70. We are not renewing our services with Special Education District of Lake County. So I think this is a good alternative for our PT services for our students.
All right. Can I have a motion to approve the intergovernmental agreement with District 70 and District 120, sharing of a physical therapist 1 weekday to District 128?
Drumkey, so moved.
Hessel, second.
Further discussion? And just as a reminder, we discussed all of these at our P&P meeting a week ago. So it seems like we're kind of flying through things here, but we have already had discussions about each one of these items. They're just not part of the consent agenda, so they're separated out. Anything else?
No, this made perfect sense, and I appreciate that we're making sure that we're able to meet the needs of our special ed students.
Okay, Carol, roll call.
Hessel.
Aye.
Kulkarni.
Aye.
Benjamin.
Aye.
Carmichael.
Aye.
Drumkey.
Aye.
And the motion passes. We're going on to educational tour requests. Normally, these would be part of the consent vote agenda, but we received a couple more after the meeting.
It's correct. So the ones that were on consent agenda and were approved were brought to P&P last week. So we have 2 additional ones, as you heard from Good News. Science Olympiad is going to state competition in Champaign-Urbana, April 19th and 20th. That's the one. And then also our wrestling team. Now we're, looking ahead toward summer. And so they're doing some competition and team building at the end of June. So these 2 were brought to you.
Very good. Can I have a motion to approve the educational tour request as presented?
Benjamin, I move to approve the following educational tour requests: VHHS Science Olympiad to State and VHHS Wrestling Team to Wisconsin.
Drumkey, second.
And any further discussion? Just looks like fun.
Have a great time.
Very good. Carol?
Kulkarni.
Aye.
Benjamin.
Aye.
Carmichael.
Aye.
Drumkey.
Aye.
Hessel.
Aye.
Okay.
Congratulations to VHHS Science Olympiad for
Yeah.
making it to state.
Yeah. And then is this mine or is this F and F? Employment of
Employment of
employees.
employees.
Employment employees, these are employment employees, again, that we had some in the consent vote agenda, but since last week, we had a few more employment employees.
Right.
So we have a staff member that's requesting leave of absence for next year, retirement, and then a replacement for coaching.
Very good. Okay. So, is this doesn't have a motion on here.
Hessel, I
So-
move to approve the employment of employees as presented.
Kulkarni, second.
Discussion? Okay, Carol, roll call. It's actually the next one I was asking about. It's okay. It'll just take a second.
Benjamin.
Aye.
Carmichael.
Aye.
Drumkey.
Aye.
Hessel.
Aye.
Kulkarni.
Aye.
Okay, and moving on to item G, the annual certified staffing employment recommendations. Nope, sorry, the annual certified staffing report. I am just off.
That's okay.
Okay, so the annual certified staffing report. Bryant, if you can take us through.
Sure. Again, although we talked about this extensively last week in PNP, I will go through it again for those that were not with us last week. So again, just kind of talk about the sectioning and then into the staffing process, which starts last semester when we start looking at any curriculum proposals, any updates that start before our curriculum guide is updated and published. We also look at other updates maybe to some of our programs or interventions, some model systems. So we start those discussions leading up to sectioning and staffing. We also look at actually course recommendations for the next year. They begin in December with our staff. Curriculum guides are finally updated in December. So then January leads us into where the students select the courses for next year. Both of the schools have 8th grade orientation nights near the beginning of January. Our counselors work with our incoming 9th graders on their courses. Then, all those courses are sent and into data processing, and we start looking through all of those course selections. Our department chairs work with building administration on what that course, the selections are. Again, when we start looking through those, as mentioned before, we do look at our optimum class size, which are spelled out in our teacher union contract. And so we are in the second year of our optimum class sizes, where most of our classes are at 25. For our general education classes, we do have some other classes that do have differing sizes, whether it's due to space or it maybe in physical welfare, some of our classes are larger than 25. So then when we meet as a group, so a district leadership team, our building leadership team, we spent this year 5 days of going through all of those sectionings. So looking at our classes, when we have students sign up for classes, again, we are doing our best to adhere to our optimums. And when we look at the optimums, we also have to think about the number of students, if they choose a course, of whether or not we do run the course. And so if you have a class of 25, anything less than 15, it's hard to run a class and be, again, fiscally responsible of running a class if eight students choose a class and there's supposed to be 25 in there. What we do try to do, though, before we have our data processing and our counselors working with those students to ensure that they do get into another class. And so there is movement leading up to those when we make those sectioning decisions. So those students They may not get the class they choose, but we are trying to give them opportunities in that department for classes that may be similar. There are times that we do run classes that may be below that number, but we still have to make, I think, decisions across the whole district. That anytime we are running class, it is, it's a tough decision if we don't run it, because we have maybe faculty that have been teaching that class for a long time. We have students that really wanted that class. So again, we try to work to get those students into another course. Following, those discussions, the other thing that I talked about back in December, we started looking at some of the intervention model. And so this year we do have some changes, and I'll talk about that. So when we look at our general education staffing, again, general education staffing is determined by enrollment. It's also determined by course selection for students. So if enrollment maybe goes up a little, you would think that it is a perfect storm that the FTE and the general education class would go exactly the same. It may not, because it may depend on the course that they choose. Most of our optimums are 25, so it should say that's pretty close. But there are some, again, classes when you look at, physical welfare, that they are larger classes. So if they choose some of the larger classes, that may not be exactly, perfect, that the number of course selections. We did have a decline this year in our course requests, and significant decline in our course requests at Vernon Hills High School. The other thing in our FTE in our classroom, so in the report, it is down 9.7. The other thing is the elimination of team taught at the freshman level. Team taught is where 2 general education teachers, so 2 English teachers teaching in the same classroom. So with the elimination of that, there was a decrease with some of our general education staff. We are moving to our classes to the co-teaching model. And for those, co-teaching is where you have a special education teacher, and then with an English teacher, or a special education teacher with a math teacher. So due to some of those changes with our team teaching at both schools, that was also why there is some decrease in that general education. We did have an increase in our English learner program at Vernon Hills, and that's also a rise in our English learner program from this year. Last year, we added 1.0 over the summer for EL staffing, and then again, we're seeing another increase in our EL staffing for next year. We are pause, and pause for us, to explain what pause is. So we have really 3 parts to our pause. We have executive functioning students that are identified that need help with executive functioning. We also, last year at Vernon Hills, expanded where we identified students through their test scores for numeracy and literacy help. And so the pause program at Vernon Hills had already switched to that model, so that where some of our English and math teachers were already doing some of that work with our students. Libertyville then is switching next year. They both had executive functioning, but next year at Libertyville, that our students, again, identified through test scores, will be getting numeracy and literacy pull-out help with some of our English and math teachers. And so there was a increase of 4.6. So we had 6.2 FTE dedicated to pause last year. And next year, we are dedicating 10.8 FTE. And FTE is a full-time equivalent. So 1.0 is 1 teacher teaching 5 courses. And so next year, we have 10.8 across the district there. In special services, in the classroom, so special services, instructional classes. So there's some special education classes that are instructional, plus our co-teaching. We saw a slight increase of 0.4. At our transition pathways program, And again, that's our new program in the last 2 years. We did not see any change in our FTE. Then if we go down to the next part of our staffing detail and non-classroom FTE, and so we have tried to, the question before, I know some people looked at previous staffing reports and things were lumped kind of together. One of the things we're trying to do is also explore what is happening with course selection, with enrollment in the different areas, and also looking at where we're putting help for our students, whether it's in the classroom or non-classroom FT. So if you look at our non-instructional assignments for us include our freshman transition program at Vernon Hills, Link Crew, our equity coaches, data coaches at both buildings. There was a slight decrease due to freshman transition at Vernon Hills, just the number of freshmen. So there's the decrease of 0.1 FTE, which is really one period for the whole year. So that's one class period for the whole year. Student services, so our LST, and so that would be our counselors and social workers. There was no change in our counselors or social workers. Although we have a declining enrollment, we still think that the services right now that they're providing with those number of students, there wasn't a change for us to necessitate any changes in our social workers or counselors. Special services, non-instructional, there was a slight decrease in that. Again, here is another, the situation where we're looking at a 0.4 FTE that we are going to take back from Special Education District of Lake County, seedall, in hearing itinerant. I know I talked about it at the P&P committee. We were hoping to finalize that intergovernmental agreement. We just haven't finalized that. That will be with District 120, and we'll have that at the next one. So again, we're looking at, instead of going with seedall, so we're putting that back on our books because that will be somebody that we will hire and share with District 120. So you'll see that slight increase in the hearing itinerant. Transition pathways, then a non-classroom FTE, that was an increase in speech pathology of 0.2. So non-classroom FTE, a increase of 0.6. So again, in the general education classroom, down 9.7. Again, shifting some of that into our intervention and services. It wasn't all shifted, so there is, there is a decrease of some of the staff of negative 3.7. Non-classroom FTE 0.6, so a total FTE down 3.1. Some of the other changes down in the administration, that is a increase with our EL department chair. And so our EL department chair was higher last year. And we had set out that there would be a progression of our EL department chair teaching 2 courses this year, just like our other department chairs. And then knowing what our EL population was increasing, that Jessica would not probably be able to teach. We thought maybe we could push it off another year, but with the number of EL students and the number of work that she has to do, that she is not going to be teaching 2 classes anymore. And so those classes were taken off the books from her, given to our staff, and then we're just showing an increase in administration.
And that 0.2 is one department chair that goes for both buildings?
Yeah, so Jessica Fernandez switched, she commutes between both buildings for our EL department.
Right, thank you.
And to remind the board, when we made this hire, there are guidelines that ISBE has for when you reach a certain threshold of students, you have to invest in a coordinator. And then once you go up to the next threshold, they have to take on additional responsibilities. So we're approaching that second threshold.
Have we met that threshold?
I think we are predicted to over the summer if we have the same number of students move in. So yes.
And the last couple of pages are a little bit more history of some of the course requests, enrollment changes, students receiving special education services in the district, students receiving English learner services. And so if you look at, if you really look at that number, you could see the increase in the past 3 years for our EL services at the district. And that was, again, the increase of our faculty in EL, and then also with Jessica Fernandez being hired. Look at the number of course requests per students over the years, and then looking at, again, our change in FTE in the classroom over the years at both Libertyville and Vernon Hills. And so you could see, I think, all of that on page 3 of the history.
And this is the report that we reviewed last Monday, and it doesn't look like there has been any changes to this report.
There is not.
Okay, so for procedural, we would get a motion in a second and then have additional discussion after that. So can I
Hessel, I move to approve the annual staffing report.
just jumping right to it?
Kulkarni, second.
All right, so now additional discussion. And I do have a question. So from the board, we're not involved in the sectioning process, or like, there were a lot of things that were brought up tonight that are not necessarily board work. You make the recommendations for what the staffing would be, and then we approve that. Generally, we approve that. But from a policy point of view, that's what we do. And I do have this question. When I hear that we have a French class that's going to have 14 students, or maybe have 14, and I know that we've created a threshold of 15, like, that's so close, one. And what's the other option? Like, are we serving the community well by denying those students an opportunity to take that French class?
I wanted to ask, based on what we heard today, how is the staffing recommendation correlate to the course offerings that the union shared with us just now that's no longer going to be available? In essence, if we were to retain all of these positions, would those courses all of a sudden become available? And how is we were given a laundry list of different courses that were told are not going to be available. How is that different from prior years? I'm assuming we've had to go back and forth and eliminate some courses. So are we looking percentage-wise, is this pretty typical that these type of courses are no longer offered? Because I asked the question, how is their experience changing? Are we offering them the same level of support? And I'd like to start with, when we had this original conversation, since I was quoted, I want to put in that I thank every person who went through this process. If it appeared like I was not questioning the work that you were doing or the recommendation you were making, because I know everyone sitting at this table is trying to retain as many of our teachers as possible. So if what I was trying to do looked like problem solving in an area when I shouldn't have been problem solving, because that was not my track, I apologize. I did not intend for that. I guess I was going into a problem solving kind of mode with all of this information that we haven't really had to get into the meat before. But now that we're getting some specifics, how does this look like typical years? I'll leave it with that.
I share those same concerns, especially where courses are no longer going to be offered where they were before in what feels like really critical areas. And all academic areas are critical, but the fact that a student may completely have to dead end on a path of study that they are passionate about, and we're looking at several kids, are they above the threshold or below the threshold or what have you, it seems to be an exercise that may not be worth pursuing in terms of cutting those courses. And so I wonder then, of course, how does some of these releases of our non-tenured staff, and in the case of one tenured teacher, how does that get affected? And same with Cara. I don't want to go into problem solving mode. That is not our lane. Don always likes to say we stand on the balcony and watch the party dance. We are not dancing, and it's something we have to remind ourselves of pretty consistently. But those two ideas seem to just be in general opposition, taking away opportunities for students to pursue certain paths of study, especially when we speak about multiple pathways as a something we hold dear to ourselves, and at the same time potentially sacrificing some of our teachers in the process. They don't agree with me.
And I want to add, I think you guys have said it very eloquently, and I probably would have asked the same question. So yes, there's certain understanding that I have that based on what I've heard today has put me in a spot of conflict, where we want to support multiple pathways for our students, but it looks like we're not able to provide these classes. I'd like to understand more about where we are with that. And again, what's historically happened in those circumstances.
We've had a lot of questions there. I don't know if you have,
No,
you wrapped your brain around each one of those.
Yeah, I think, maybe start from, in my mind, the beginning. At some point when students sign up for a class, we have to make a decision on when a class will run. So we have to set a number. And, if we ran all of those classes, 3 students sign up, is 5 students, are we running a class? So we made a decision to run a class at a certain number. And we have to, I think at some point, make that decision. So then it does get hard. Hey, it's only 1 student less than it. So then if we run that, well, what about this class? It's 2 students less, and then it's 3 students. So yes, that is a hard decision anytime we make that decision that there are not enough students. But you have to make that decision at some point, because every time we decide to run a class, that is, a lot of money. So if you just start adding some of those back in, you have to make a fiscally responsible decision. And so, yes, it's hard because you're making a decision when it comes down to numbers. When I looked at good.
Tom was just.
I'd just like to add, just for clarification, one of the things we do in this district that is not completely unique to us, but is special and important to us, is that principals are at the table with our district administration when we do staffing. Some of our principal colleagues, that is not the case. They would just get numbers from their district administration and say, here, allocate this for your staff. We go through line by line and we discuss every single class and the numbers. So we are running a number of classes below the 15 threshold. When we get in the low class number, what we talk about is, do the students who don't, if we don't run this class, do the students have another option? Is there an option for them to enter this curricular area, or is there not? Is this course a capstone course that students have been working towards for 4 years? Is this course a special course to serve a special population of students? Is this course one that we are just trying to get started and it hasn't gotten a lot of momentum around it yet? So we want to give it a little bit of support and run it at a very low number. All of those discussions are had and talked about when we go to make decisions about which courses are running or not running, because we do recognize that there are significant stakes to our students and our staff when we make decisions not to run a course. So when we don't run a course, we believe our students have alternatives in that curricular area to still pursue that area of study, just with a different course sequence rather than a specific course that they may have wanted to take.
If I could add just another part to this, there's a very human element to this. And as a principal, I listen to several of the teachers out here who are speaking. you recognize that they're speaking about their lives, their livelihood, and the decisions that we're making around this table that impact who they are as individuals, who they are as parents, who they are as professionals, and we get it. Cara, I think you asked a question. Was this year particularly different? Was this a unique year? And the answer to that is no. I've been at the sectioning table for 21 years. 10 of as an assistant principal, and now 10 as a principal, 11 as an assistant principal. And it's the same process. And we don't go into the process knowing the outcome. Like, we don't know what the balance sum is going to be at the end. And as we've talked about, down 3.7, we have no idea what that's going to look like, but we take our responsibility seriously. And as we're going through those numbers, department by department, line by line, course by course, we're making some of those difficult decisions that Tom talked about, not knowing at all what the outcome is going to be, holding our breath that it won't negatively impact our people, because they're our people, period. And the difficulty this year is that for the first time I can remember as an employee of Vernon Hills, we're significantly down in sections. I wish it wasn't the case. I've never had to have difficult conversations with staff members. We've made those cuts, Cara, every year to certain courses. We make those cuts. We have to. They're difficult decisions. But because our enrollment has been consistently up, or because our course requests have been consistently up or flat, we haven't had to have the difficult conversation with a staff member. But now, because the enrollment is down, sections are down, now you make what feels like a pretty normal cut for a course that's at 13, 12, 11. Now that feels a whole lot different, because now you can say, ooh, that's a negative impact to a staff member. But the conversation hasn't changed. It feels like the weight of the conversation is different. It feels like the implications and the consequences are different, but the integrity of the process hasn't changed throughout. And it's a terribly difficult thing to try to rationalize in your mind. Like, I'm doing what I've always done, but the impact is different. So how do we move forward with that? And I think you heard that in some of the comments tonight. It's a difficult thing to do. But I've had several meetings with staff members in the last couple of days who spoke to Dr. Herman last Thursday and just kind of owned some of those decisions. This is not just a district level decision. These are building level conversations that happen between me and my assistant principals and the department chairs to come up with these really difficult projections, understanding ultimately, like, oh man, at the end of the day, this is going to result in human issues. Like, we're going to have staff members that lose sections, and those are really difficult discussions and decisions to make.
And piggyback off John and the question about what does this look like from previous years at Libertyville. Last year there were 17 courses that weren't run. This year 16. As John alluded to at Vernon Hills, because of the enrollment last year, I have 8 classes that weren't run, and this year there were 16 at Vernon Hills that weren't run. But some of those classes that one student signed up, 7 students, 6 students. And again, we worked with our counselors and our staff to get them into other areas that they could get into. There were a lot of, I think, tough decisions on some classes and what to do with them. The other thing that we did look at in looking at our optimums of 25 and adhering to those optimums, but also looking at our courses with moving towards APA next year, that there may be some movement. We feel that we have room if our students need to move down, that we do have room in some of those sections. So we did, even in some of those, have room for our students to be able to move. And like John said, it was also tough this year, having tough conversations. We had one general education teacher retiring this year. That's the lowest general education teachers that we have. So have been times that there have been, unfortunately, some decreases in FTE, but with no retirements, there was no absorption of those decreases. So I think it was three things that happened. Again, declining enrollment, declining in course selection, then with the enrollment, and then the retirement. So I don't know if that answered the other question about multiple pathways. So there have been some changes in the multiple pathways. Project Lead the Way will be running at Vernon Hills next year. And, looking at those numbers, they're running, those classes are running lower than a lot of other classes. There's a couple of sections there. Again, because it's a new program, we're getting it off the ground and getting our students in there. Some of our other multiple pathways in early childhood development and running that program. So there are sometimes that we do look at whether it's a new program that we're trying to get the students into, or as we look at expanding our multiple pathways, that we will be looking at sectioning to ensure that we do have those multiple paths for our students. I think one of the other things is we need to also look at some of our course offerings. We've been offering the course. It's been on the books every year, and we haven't been running it every year. And maybe we need to look at trying to get some of those courses on the book every other year as an option. Then you have more students maybe sign up in a couple years, and we can run that course by having more students sign up. So I look at some of these from, year to year, and we just, we offer it every year. We put it on the books, and we haven't run some of these in 3 years. And so I don't know if that answered all of the questions.
Well, one other thing that I
Sure.
wanted to ask, I jumped in. Go. I'll be. So as we're talking about our plan next year, where are our support interventionists listed on the list? Where have we, because I know we've talked about that we had a team taught model and some of that, those FTEs are now reallocated or redesignated as interventionists, general interventionists, especially with students that might need additional support within the heterogeneous class. Where are they on our?
Yeah, so those are in the pause in the classroom FTE, so the intervention and services. So pause, and then our co-teaching in special services. So that's why you could see that
Services and the co-teaching is going to be almost mostly for students who
in special
are
education.
identified
So those are
with
so those are services for special education students on that line. But then the pause, you could see that's where that increase up to 10.8 FTE.
right. So for our general ed students, either in the college prep honors or AP, who would need assistance, going from a 6.2 to a 10.8,
Mm-hmm.
and that's evenly distributed in both buildings.
Approximately.
Yeah, however,
Yeah.
I mean, just
There's
getting
different number of students at the buildings that are identified for executive functioning,
Right.
and then numeracy and literacy.
And just to clarify, the pause intervention program is not designed yet to serve all students who need an intervention. So if you're an AP student and you're struggling just with the course content, that would not be pause. So for pause specifically, what we did was we took team taught courses at the freshman level. Team taught was a model that LHS and VHHS had created a few years ago, going back several years, as an attempt to be a gen ed intervention. So it was, let's take students who have low academic identities, who struggle a little bit with some of the core academics. Let's group them together, and let's put 2 gen ed teachers together to work with them and support them. That's a very broad generalization of what that model is. That model was not really designed through necessarily research. It was designed through anecdotal best practice, and we got 2 great teachers who can work with these students. But when we look at our data and our outcomes from team taught, we have not seen that those students, basically what we've seen is many of the students who are in team taught were requiring team taught throughout high school. So the supports were there, but some of the skill development was not. And so what we're trying to do now is at our freshman level specifically, we've eliminated those team taught course designs and put that back into a model of high dosage tutoring through interventionists, all of whom in the pause model are certified teachers. So math teachers doing math intervention, reading and literacy and English teachers doing the literacy intervention, special educators or teachers trained in executive functioning support doing the executive functioning. So that is built into that piece of it. What we still have to determine and work out are upperclassmen, juniors, seniors, diagonal movers who might be taking an AP class for the first time. We have not, other than our MASH and some of our support services that we would have there, have not yet fully developed out what our support services would look like for those students.
So if I may piggyback off that leaves me a little nervous. And again, not to get onto the dance floor, but when we talk about cutting certified full-time staff and we don't know what our needs exactly are going to be for these diagonal movers next year and for AP and honors support for kids who are maybe dancing with this for the first time, this is of grave concern to me that we may be bringing in hourly non-certified people to support those students. And at the risk of making a decision that may be slightly, maybe not slightly, controversial in the financial sense, I almost feel like it may be worth that risk because I'm not sure we can entrust our precious students to anyone who doesn't know our curriculum, our system well, who isn't certified, who isn't an expert in their craft. This is where I struggle.
Yep, and I was going to actually make a couple points. One is, John, thanks for helping us understand it's not like what happens out there in corporate world where you're given a target that you have to reach. This is a number that you arrived at based on following your standard process, and I think that is helpful because I've been on multiple sides of the RIF process, and I know it's difficult. No matter which end you're on, it's difficult to really process that. But what Kara Benjamin here brought up is sort of the next set of questions that I think several folks have also asked is, as we look at diagonal movement, and I think we should encourage our students to really challenge themselves. What happens if they have a struggle when they get to that next level class? And have we thought through how they will be supported? Have we thought through how the other students who were maybe not struggling in that class, because they've been in multiple AP classes already, and they know the rigor that's expected. And if we end up having this combination of students, how is the teacher differentiating between those students who need help, maybe those students who don't, to make sure that one is not impacted due to the needs of the other? So when you put kind of that question out there with, I think what you just said is the support system on the MASH side is not fully baked. It's making me a little uncomfortable with, do we have the full plan in mind so our families know what to expect for their children when the next school year starts, regardless of where in that academic spectrum their kids are? I hope my question makes sense. Yep. Okay. Thanks.
I think we're committed to appropriate support.
Yes.
Like we want our students to succeed and we want our teachers to not be overstressed. But I think that all of us are worried about those supports. But I think we're committed to the idea that we want to provide those supports.
I think where I struggle with, and I am hesitant to agree to a staffing recommendation that we have not seen the how. We haven't seen the how are we measuring, how are we monitoring, how are we intervening. We've been told, and I trust implicitly that's going to happen. But without knowing the how, and I think I believe in this plan. I share, I had a conversation with a community member just before the meeting today, and my own children. This plan is not about just servicing our lowest or our highest. It is my son, who is an average, well-performing student, went through our high school for 4 years, and no one ever asked him, hey, I hear you're good at math. Why don't you try an honors class? He was never encouraged to do that. So this plan, the why we're doing this and how it is going to elevate for everybody, I believe in, and I believe it's going to affect our middle, and we're going to keep our sights on our outliers, but we don't know the how. And we've been talking about, we have all of this. I'm unclear to the how. I have always trusted the decisions that have been made, but we're talking about, and I don't even know if we don't make this, if we don't accept this recommendation, does that get us to the how? Are we able to see the support that we have for students?
Well, and I guess the question becomes, so if we haven't fleshed out what the support looks like for new honors and AP students, if they need it, when will those plans be developed?
So that is the work that our administrative team would be starting to implement and design this spring and through the summer to have for next fall. So we don't we don't have right now any type of support outside of our MASH and our pause. That's what we've been running historically. Next year, we
So
actually,
just to be clear, so if an AP student needed extra help outside the classroom, they would go to pause
no,
or-
they would go to, at LHS, they would go to the MASH.
the MASH.
Or they would make an appointment and they would meet with their teacher.
Okay.
And
And
that,
at Vernon Hills, how would that look?
yeah.
Right, that would be the ARC at the Vernon Hills campus.
Thank you.
Right. So one of the questions that John and I have is now with this new model, we have more students who are going to be taking AP and challenging themselves, which is a good thing. We have more students who are going to be making a diagonal move because of APA, which is also a good thing. That may mean that we need more resources in order to support students when they're struggling in class. So, and that's where we've started to begin to design some of that modeling. One of the things with the freshmen, while we talked about pause is for kids who are behind in their skills. So they would be basically in the generally in the bottom 30th percentile of their skill development. But the nice thing about the adaptation we're making, Team Taught would only serve about 25 freshmen at the most in a class. Those classes would be between 18 to 25 students. When we move to this lab model, we're able to serve all the freshmen in Algebra 1 and all of the freshmen in English 1, because the lab is designed to serve any student who needs support, not kids who need serious intervention for skill development, but students who are struggling to get through a class unit or a test or to understand a concept. The lab that we're building is designed to serve that. So we've actually expanded, and it will have more support for freshmen of all levels next year at the Algebra 1, English 1, and biology level. What we have to talk about and still design is now what will our system capacity be to serve sophomores, juniors, and seniors, both in the traditional sense of the resources we've had, but if we do have more students, what does that look like, and what recommendations are we going to make in terms of the way we can staff those? We do have a number of different options, from our wonderful ESPs to our teacher duties, but our duty pool has shrunk because more teachers now are going to be teaching AP. And in our contract, when you teach AP, you're exempt from a duty. So that puts a challenge on John and I to say, how are we going to fill some of these support roles when we have a smaller pool of teachers to select from for that due to their AP duties? So these numbers are just coming in right now, which is allowing us to start to drill down on how many students do we have, what resources staff-wise do we have, and where are the gaps that we need to fill.
So let's say in September, we decide we need additional personnel. Is there anything prohibiting us from hiring more personnel? Like if we take a vote today on what the FTE report is, we're not locked into not hiring additional people.
So as you look at the staffing report, we did add contingency in of 1.0, which we have done in the past, but this past year we added 1.2 contingency. So, we look at, as we're, still building out and still working on, the sectioning and then assigning students to the classes and running the program, and then in Power School to see that they get their schedules and assigning the classes to the staff that, in the spring, summer, if we have to add classes, we can. Part of this is to add the 1.0, but if we have to come back to you and it's above the 1.0, that's something that, we, again, did this past year. We went above the 1.0.
So just to be clear, help us understand why the 3.1 reduction in FTE is not applicable to that possible future need for additional support in the MASH or in the ARC.
So all of that decrease in your FTE may not be in those areas that we're looking to have the support for, our staff in those areas.
So like, whereas with some of the FTE that we avoided eliminating, they could be reassigned. That isn't necessarily the case with the support in the MASH and the ARC.
In some of the areas, correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Again, that goes back to teacher certification, the desire for all of you to want people who have the talent and knowledge to be able to support the student in the content areas that we know they traditionally seek out in the MASH and in the ARC.
It's a little challenging to approve a financial ask here without knowing what's kind of around the corner. And are we going to need 1.2? Are we going to need 5.6? I mean, not knowing that, it's a little difficult to make that decision now, at least for me. And yes, we could hire people, but I don't know if you start school in August and have a need to hire somebody in September, by the time you find somebody, you're done with one semester. What happens to all those students in that year or the semester who needed help? So I think we probably it feels like that area needs to be a little more baked before we get running here.
Mm-hmm. I think one of the things when we talk about what Bryant did a nice job of talking about the information that brings us to this particular staffing recommendation, that's course request, course enrollment, and we're using all of the same strategies that we've used in previous years, as John said, the last 21 years. So the information that you've received for tonight is identical to arranged a little bit more to help you show classroom versus this and that, but it's the same data that you've had to make the same kind of staffing decision that's called for according to Illinois state law in terms of all non-tenured, all part-time teachers needing to be a RIFT, and then any other teacher who right now we don't have FTE and staffing to allocate to them. As we said, we could continue to look at additions as we did last year over the summer. One of the things that allows you to do by having it in contingency, we didn't know which courses we were going to have kids move into and that we were going to need. Had we said, we need biology, that wasn't where it was. So if we had kept a biology teacher, it was actually EL and math that we needed. But had we now at this time allocated them prematurely, it would not have been a good use of district funds. So I think what we're trying to do tonight is say, based on our best analysis of the student course requests that we have, and for the pause and the lab model, this is the best staffing plan we can give you for the decision that we're obligated to make now before April 15th. Before April 15th.
So April 15th is the date that all teachers must be notified of their release.
Yeah.
And so I think this is important that we are all on the same page. If for whatever reason this recommendation is not accepted tonight by the board, what happens next? Does DLT go back to the drawing board and try another pass at this? I guess I'm curious what this looks like.
I think if the board doesn't pass this, we would need direction from the board because we've used the contract to make the decisions that we've made. So we would need direction from the board on what different criteria you would want us to use to make a staffing plan, because we've made our staffing plan based on our historical knowledge, based on, again, as the administrative team said, going line by line, providing you with the absolute best recommendation we can. So knowing that we did our best, we would need you to give us different criteria. Otherwise, we're going to come back with the same plan.
Absolutely. And it should go without saying, and I'm going to say it anyway, but we know that the district leadership team and our principals do this in good faith. Someone brought it up earlier tonight. No one is looking to have to release anyone ever. We realize that there are human lives attached to these potential releases. I myself have been riffed twice. I know exactly what that feels like. It's not a fun place to be. And so we as a board, obviously, I'm going to speak for me. I hate speaking for other people. I do not take this decision lightly. I don't take my vote lightly. I know that these discussions have been had in good faith. And I just want to be clear on next steps should this not move forward tonight. So thank you.
And to be clear, there are 2 agenda items, and so currently we're on the staffing report, and then item G for action, which would be next, would be what's required by law to take action on certified staff recommendation, which is driven by our staffing report, but there is part of that, and I can go into that when we get into that.
Yeah, I think I'm just trying to kind of think about what's different this year than in previous years, right? Because this is not the first time we're looking at a staffing report and have, always thought you guys had a magic wand to come up with 2,000 plus, individual, personal. It's like your DNA. Every student has their own course schedule. That's got to be complex. But this year, what's different is we don't have the team taught classes anymore. So that's had some impact, I'm guessing, on the sectioning. And then we are also encouraging students to go to the next highest level possible, which that applies, I believe, to all grades, not just incoming freshmen. So if we end up with more AP classes and more AP teachers, and that creates this situation where you don't have enough staffing for students who are not in pause but need help. And I feel like we should have that at least modeled out to know how we are going to support them.
But it's, even though you're correct about some of the things that are different this year, it's not different that at this point, when we ask the administration to provide the staffing report, that they don't have the plan for the additional support in the MASH and the ARC yet developed, because they don't know what it's going to be. It's not different that they're not presenting a plan for that, because that's not, we're not at that point in the year yet.
Well, I understand legally why we have to be sitting here doing this now. I understand that. And it pains me to even be talking about this. But I am disappointed. We've been talking about this for 2 years. And when community members say that they haven't heard us, we have been talking about this plan for 2 years. I remember when John presented to us about team taught and that our statistics with those students, the gap wasn't closing, the gap was widening. And we have decades of data that shows what we were doing wasn't working. It wasn't working, which is why this spawned our conversation. I understand why we're here now talking about this. But the elephant in the room is, for 2 years, we've been saying, what is the how? How is this going to look? And we still don't have an idea of how this is going to look. And I think for me, that is my policy. I mean, that's why I'm sitting on the board, to make sure that our how looks right. So I am troubled that we don't see the how of how we haven't put these pieces together of the how. Because we know we're going to have students challenging themselves, teachers differentiating that I know they've been trained in. Anybody who says they haven't, they have been supported and trained in. But the how is the part. There are going to be kids that are going to need more support. And we should be able to sit here and say, here's what we predict, and this is what it's going to look like in the forms of bodies helping students. And I am not clear. Maybe I'm wrong, but I am not clear on the how.
I am comfortable that the contingency FTE has been built in so that that can be developed. And I'm also comfortable that if we determine we need additional support, that that will be recommended to us and we will support that.
I want to add one other variable, and that is the current way students access support makes it very difficult to offer that in a very targeted way. Some students who we're talking about are going to take 8 classes or their lunch, and it's going to be very difficult for, even if we have some of the increased adult access, for them to necessarily get it. Some of the comments we heard tonight were about a more rigorous MTSS plan, and we definitely are working on that. But the idea of an intervention period or something where it would be very clear, this is the time where any student can see his or her teacher or an interventionist, that is something that many other high schools in the area have gone to, because they are struggling with some of the same things that we are struggling with. How to efficiently make sure we're using the adults in our building to have the highest chance of them being together for 20 minutes, for whatever time it is, for them to get the tutoring that they need. So that is one other barrier that we are facing, is it's very difficult with 8 periods in the day to know when, if there is a science teacher in the ARC lab, it could be a chemistry teacher, and I need help in physics. It's very, very difficult for our current way of staffing our tutoring centers to do it in a way that you would like it to be, where as a student is having difficulty, they can automatically get support from an adult. That's why we're trying to think of out of the box ways. Maybe it's before and after school. Maybe we're going to come back to you and ask for some more money to pay teacher stipends to do before and after school tutoring. We want to try and find ways, but simply using a significant amount of FTE to place classroom teachers in the ARC when we have no way of knowing, is it going to be 2 students that go to see them or 20?
I guess I'm still, and that I'm going to stick, because I know I'm veering off. That's not about what this is, but it does go together. And I'm still not even, so.
I was just responding to the questions that both of you posed about the
No, I
relationship
appreciate that.
between an intervention model and what that can grow and become versus what we know right now in the staffing that we're asking you to approve.
When would we have sort of that model available even if that comes with we need to hire additional staff to help students in this, in this acute situation. What's the timeline for us to get an idea of that? Because I think we'll be talking budgets soon. Where's that coming?
Well, I think Tom.
Didn't Tom say that that's one of the things they're going to be working on this summer?
Could
Spring.
you repeat what you explained about the timeline for figuring out that additional support?
Well, it would have to be this spring and potentially into the summer. We're faced with a lot of challenges in the summer just due to in terms of staff that's available and available to work and meet to plan these out. So it would really have to be a phase this spring that we would have to be starting to sketch all of this out. As of now, we have not fully started those conversations and that work. So that has to be on our list to do right away.
Well, touching on Dr. Herman's comment about how it's unpredictable to know if we can match the right teachers at the right time with students who need that type of help. How do you go about trying to solve for that?
Well, there's a number of ways, but that was one of the reasons why some of our preliminary discussion involved using ESPs. A teacher is contractually where 1 period a day to work, and they have only 5 assignments during their day. When we hire an ESP, we're available to use, they work an hourly throughout the day. So part of the flexibility we would need to meet student needs is in some ways better able to be met with ESPs who have greater flexibility in assignment than a certified staff member would. Certified staff members have tremendous experience and talent in terms of addressing student needs. And for the real intensive intervention, our model reflects that. For some of the just-in-time tutoring and supportive kids who are struggling with a class, we think highly skilled and talented ESPs can meet those needs. Those are some of the models we've looked at some of our area schools who are trying to develop these types of approaches. They're using teachers to do their targeted interventions and ESPs to do some of the support of students who are looking for that additional class support. So the discussions we've had about this model do include that type of thinking.
I think you're bringing up probably a follow-up question some of us would have had is, as when you propose this model, it'd be good to see what some of our neighboring schools are doing and kind of what their lessons learned are of what worked for them, what did not work for them. Because you don't need to necessarily reinvent the wheel. I think that would be.
And some of that is certainly happening. And there's the other thing just to remember is we have challenges too with the way our schedule works, the way students are scheduled during the day. So we absolutely have thoughts about what support could look like. But then what we have to do is identify when would students be available to get that support and how would we meet that for all students across our curriculum at all times throughout the day. So some preliminary conversations have occurred, but we clearly need to do much more planning to lay out a vision for you as a board into what that's going to look like.
I think what I'm looking for, and I know this is outside the staffing, but it started the conversation, is we're asking our teachers and our students to go through this process. What measurements are we using for all students? How are we monitoring to determine if there's any kind of deficit? What are the procedures if there is a deficit, and where do they go? What is the how? Those are the things I'm looking for in this plan. And I know the community has said that, so I know this is outside the scope of staffing, but it does align with, we're talking about who we're having in the building and how are we using our staffing most efficiently and effectively.
And what's the outcome to our student experience? Yeah, and it's not to say that all of you haven't thought about it already. I'm sure that this is all top of everybody's mind. It's just, I think we haven't seen sort of what are the metrics for success. How do you know if something isn't going well? And then what actions would you take if that were to happen? It's just classic sort of risk management. And I think having more details about that is going to reassure the families and about how their child is going to be impacted.
So do you want to talk a little bit about how it's going to be monitored and how we're going to report that data?
Well, I think you're talking about a couple different things. I think
I know that is outside
Right.
of staffing. So
the
this isn't
overall
inappropriate.
monitoring of the 3 different processes that we are implementing next year with EOS, with APA, and with heterogeneous classes. We do have data determined that we will be able to use at the beginning of the year. Some of the assessments like STAR and grades will also be available mid-year. And then at the end of the year, we'll also be monitoring AP test scores like we always do. So many of the things that we currently measure, we will be measuring and reporting out on, wow, we had a 6% increase in this AP class, and look, the test scores remain the same, or they went up, or whatever it is, but we have intentions for each of those programs, what data is available and how we can report it to the board and to the community. I think what you're talking about is more, how will we monitor when students are struggling? One of the things that we're doing is to try and make sure that we do have in each of the new courses, focusing again on 9th grade, as we told the board we would do, is do 1 year at a time. So for the heterogeneous classes, we're making sure we're very clear that the learning targets are explicit and that we have some common assessments that'll be used to measure, not identical, but common assessments. So between the STAR, between common assessments, and between overall grades, we will have thresholds by which we say, okay, so if a student is here, this will be an opportunity for them to be recommended for lab. Lab would be during the lunch period. One of the things that we wanted to make sure, pause, which is a more intense, requires students to give up an elective, a class period, to participate in that. But we believe that's what some students need to close that significant gap so they can be more successful their sophomore, junior, and senior year. The lab model would be over the lunch periods. So a student could be recommended, let's say, for 4 weeks or 6 weeks or 8 weeks, depending upon what standard the class team has identified that they need help in. And that could be for half of their lunch period. So that's where we tried to get that flexibility in. So again, it would be connected to what is the standard from Algebra 1 that the student is needing, that the PLC or the classroom teacher was not able to help the student master. That's what would be focused on by tutoring. I call that grade level tutoring, where students who have much more deeper and significant needs, that's going to be done by full-time certificated teachers in math and English who have the training that they need to go, why is the student struggling with fractions, and what kind of software and other kinds of tools do we have to help diagnose what this student is really needing.
As you're sharing this with me, I know we've discussed this before.
Mm-hmm.
I think what's missing is we don't have the plan showing that we've talked about it.
Mm-hmm.
Some kind of protocol showing that we do have that plan and the procedure, some flow chart, something written that we are thinking about these and we have the procedures in place for them. I think that is missing, and that would answer a lot of questions that people are wondering about.
And I would say when you develop the plan, it's got to address all the stakeholders in that plan, right? The students at different levels of achievement and the teachers that have to teach them.
We are at a position to move forward then. Is there any other discussion that you wish to have at this point? Because right now, really, the focus is the staffing report. And I would just like to say thank you to the administrators who wrestled with that. And I'd like to thank the impassioned teachers that came here tonight to speak. We're in a tough position. So If there aren't any other questions, we've had a motion, we've had a second. Carol, roll call. And let me reinstate what that motion was. The motion is to approve the annual certified staffing report as presented.
And I want to understand that this time, it's a slice and time decision, and that we are going to be getting more information on the rest of the plan, the rest of the monitoring, and if there are any additional stuff we need to add to support students that are going diagonally into higher level classes than they ordinarily would have gotten placed. Is that the understanding? Okay.
Just want to clarify because I definitely just skipped down in my own agenda for whatever reason. This is for item F.
Item F, the
Yes.
annual certified staffing report.
Thank you.
The motion has been made to approve the annual certified staffing report as presented and seconded. Carol, roll call.
Carmichael.
Aye.
Drumkey.
Aye.
Hessel.
Aye.
Kulkarni.
Aye.
Benjamin.
Aye.
And the motion passes. So we are going to move on to the annual certified staff employment recommendations, item G.
Let me walk through the certified staff employment recommendations. So following the sectioning and staffing, we then do have to make employment decisions. And these are always, I think, the toughest part of our job because we do, I think as John talked about, we do care about our staff and they are part of our family, our District 128 family, but we do have to, by law, make some decisions. Some of those decisions are based on law and some of those decisions are based off of the staffing report and how sectioning came to be. So there are a couple of reports in there. The first thing is that if you look at our non-tenured part-time staff, anyone that is a less than 1.0 FTE this year, and there were 8 faculty that were less than 1.0, we release those faculty. So that's the non-renewal, non-part-time faculty. Out of those part-time, out of those 8 members, we will, in April, we'll make recommendations to bring back some of our part-time staff. And so when I look at that list of the 8 part-timers, we are looking to bring back 5 out of those 8 staff. So there were a couple staff members that were at 0.3, 0.3, and 0.4. And again, with sectioning staffing, unfortunately, we don't have the sections for them to come back. So we did have our department chairs and administration had discussions with those individuals, and then following our recommendation on if the board approves it, those members would also get a written, the resolution and letter from the Board of Education. We'll hand deliver it. They'll get one in the mail and also certified staff. So that's our part-time. When I look at our honorable dismissal of full-time, and so let me walk through that. There are 6 faculty full-time that are being recommended for honorable dismissal, but they are not all being released fully. So we have 1 member that's going from 1.0 to 0.6. We have 2 out of those 6 were actually just hired this year for to cover a leave of absence. They knew they were covering a leave of absence, and so we are releasing them. And they knew they weren't coming back. So 2 out of the 6 were covering a leave of absence. We have another staff that's being reduced from 1.0 to 0.9 for next year. We do have another staff member that's a tenured staff member that's being reduced to 0.5. And then we do have another full-time staff member that there is not the FTE available for next year, and so is being fully released. And again, you know, and particularly in those two, that came down to the declining enrollment at Vernon Hills and the course selection at Vernon Hills. And so that's our recommendation for the honorable dismissal. So if you're looking at, again, there was a total decrease in our staffing, but when you're looking at releasing, we're releasing all of our part-timers. 3 of them probably will not be, you know, be coming back on our April board meeting. The other part-timers we will. And then our honorable dismissal, the full-time staff, 2 of them, again, out of there were on leave. They were covering leaves of absences this year. I also have continuing employment, so recommendations to bring back our first year non-tenured staff. And so the list of the first year non-tenured staff, continuing employment for our second year staff to bring them back. And then our second year non-tenured staff, we have on the 3rd page is for those that will be placed on tenure under the old tenure rule. They were previously tenured at a previous school district and were with us for 2 years and received excellent evaluations. So they, our recommendation is at the end of the school year, they would be placed on tenure. And then our 3rd year non-tenured faculty, we have 6 individuals that will be finishing up their 3rd year this year. And our recommendation is at the end of this school to place them on tenure. So that's our recommendation for those individuals. And again, these were, you know, tough conversations to have, as John said, you know, for anytime that, you know, we're talking about somebody's livelihood and their life. These were not taken lightly at all. And again, unfortunately, you know, we did have to make some reductions. If there are any increases, you know, in the spring, summer, there are some laws that we have to follow. So some of our honorable dismissal, we would look to them to increase. Also, when you make a reduction in force and release somebody fully, they have a full year that if we then come back next year and have a position that we would contact them and offer that position.
Okay. Can I have a motion to approve the annual certified staff employment recommendations as presented?
So moved.
Second, Hessel.
Is there any further discussion?
Just a question. So as Dr. K, you said you'd be looking at sort of the additional support model. It is possible that we may be able to, depending on the need, some of these folks may be able to come back to staff those positions. Is that a correct understanding? Of course, depending on the need of how you, what the need is versus what they have.
Yeah, absolutely. I would assume if any of these things that were being designed were to be utilizing FTE and we had staff members who were RIFT that were qualified for those positions, they would then be offered those positions.
All right, thank you.
No other discussion? Carol, roll call.
Drumkey.
Aye.
Hessel.
Aye.
Kulkarni.
Aye.
Benjamin.
Aye.
Carmichael.
Aye. And the motion passes. I will turn it over to our president, who will take over for our vice president, who is the chair of FNF.
Yes. So this item came out of FNF committee. We discussed it last week, and we discussed it in our hearing. This is to transfer $1 million from the education fund to the transportation fund. And you have already explained it, so you don't have to explain it again. Can we please have a motion to transfer $1 million from the ed fund to the transportation fund?
Carmichael, so moved.
Benjamin, second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Can I just clarify? It's a motion to approve the resolution.
A motion to approve the resolution authorizing the transfer of $1 million from the education fund into the transportation fund of Community High School District Number 128, Lake County, Illinois.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarification. The motion and the second still stand. Do we have any discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Hessel.
Aye.
Kulkarni.
Aye.
Benjamin.
Aye.
Carmichael.
Aye.
Drumkey.
Aye.
The motion passes. Moving on to item A, the LHS band uniforms bid. This was discussed in F&F last week. Do you mind giving us a brief summary of this project?
Yeah, what I told you a week ago was that our bid opening was this last Thursday. And so that we knew this was coming. This was going to be a larger number. And so this is exactly in line with what we were expecting. This was part of our fiscal 24 budget process. This was planned for, advocated for, budgeted for. This is exactly in line with what we thought was going to happen. So even though the number is 103,000 for band uniforms, it is a significant investment. It's a 20-year investment at least, and it's something that we thought of. I do want to be clear. John Heron, Adam Gore spent a ton of time trying to put together a thoughtful bid in order to comply with the law and to get what they're looking for. So they did a ton of work on that. I'm very appreciative of that, and this is right in line with what we were expecting to happen.
Thank you. And thank you to John and to Adam for the work that they put in on this important investment. Can we have a motion to recommend the approval of the Bandman's Company bid for LHS band uniforms in the amount of $103,700.60?
Drumkey, so moved.
Kulkarni, second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Kulkarni.
Aye.
Benjamin.
Aye.
Carmichael.
Aye.
Drumkey.
Aye.
Hessel.
Aye. Motion passes, and I will turn it over to Dr. Herman for the superintendent's report.
Thank you very much. One of the things that I wanted to do was take a few minutes to go over the FAQ that we developed so that the board, if you had any questions about any of the information, I know that you have been receiving questions, and that knowing some of the thinking behind the responses or sort of the context that we tried to place them in, and making sure that you feel comfortable, or if there's questions that maybe you had to field that didn't make its way onto this yet, we did make sure that we took all of the questions that were that we received on the form and condensed them into these theme areas. So one of the things that was important is the overall rationale. And one of the first questions was, what data do we have that we even need these initiatives? And so one of the things that we wanted to make sure is that the misinformation that this might be just about a small number of students, that this really, some of our concerns are broader than some of the targets of the initiatives. So we made sure that we reshared. Again, all of this information has been shared previously, but it's been at different times of the school year. And so I think one of the things that we are learning is, even though we share this information as we receive it, how can we make sure that it's available to parents in locations and in formats that makes sense to them? So the first thing is the proficiency in math, showing that it's 59.9%. Again, and that's of all students, all 11th grade students last year. And then we have 63.8% of all of our 11th grade students proficient in ELA. We also made available on some of those same slides, that's just the generalized data, how the gap is even the gap between students who are low income, between English language learners, between students with IEPs, and with some of our racial subgroups also are significantly below even this average. The other thing that we wanted to make sure is that when we talk about all students and then what data do we have that are specifically targeting some of our populations, was the disproportionate, both being overrepresented in the striving learner classes and then underrepresented in many of our honors and AP classes. So this is some of the global data, that the facts and the information that we've been sharing with the board that, again, as we say, we've known about this for a while, have been prompting us to look at our obligation to make sure all students achieve at high levels. And right now our data was showing that we have some room to grow there. The more qualitative reason in the why is beyond the data. The why here talks about, and I think Tom referenced it beautifully, some of our previous thinking, again, thinking we were doing very good work, was trying to use our resources by grouping students who are struggling together and giving them additional adult support. But what was happening is that was concentrating a lot of students with IEPs and other needs, and that in turn was not creating a true general education and college prep learning environment. In terms of the why behind knowing that if we, instead of placing all those students together in a segregated section, but rather integrate them and include them in with their grade level peers, that their achievement increases as well as the achievement of their peers. And again, we cited significant research from AP, other universities, and then a list of other things from researchers that are in support of the idea that including students in the college prep curriculum is supported by research. The next, sure.
One question which might be relevant is when I first heard the word heterogeneous, first of all, biology is the only area where I'd heard that word first. So for me, from a non-education background, it wasn't quite easy to understand what that means. I mean, my kids have traditionally been in AP and honors classes, but there are some kids in those classes where they attend a lecture and they go get an A in the exam the next day without any effort, and there are some students who study really hard in that class and may get a B. To me, that is still a heterogeneous class. I mean, just because we had all these kids in AP didn't mean they were all at the same academic level.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
So I think sometimes when you hear this word and the first reaction is, oh, now my class is going to be full of kids of very different abilities, and that's something new. In fact, it's not new. It's always the case. No one student is not like the other. Is that the right way of thinking?
Yes and no. I think
Okay.
that yes, in Kara's comment that as a teacher, I was trained to differentiate. That was a huge part of my training as a teacher. And when I had students in an honors chemistry class or a regular chemistry class, I had diverse learners in both environments. It was sometimes very different types of diversity. I would have some honor students who they could do the math part of chemistry hands down, but when it came to the 3D modeling of molecules, they stumbled. And so I think even within a group of students from unit to unit, you can have students who shine and students who struggle. That's just the art and science of teaching. And that's what our staff excels at. I think when we're talking about this particular group of students, though, they were segregated and the curriculum they were receiving was not always at grade level. So I think that's when we say heterogeneous, it's going from almost a sheltered to something where we want them to be learning alongside their grade level peers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And that I would say that my observation from talking to other districts is anytime the word heterogeneous is brought up, it's like throwing a bomb. There is a lot of angst and emotion, and for us non-educators, confusion about what that means.
Right.
The next set of questions was parents really wanting affirmation, and Lisa made sure we opened with that our AP and honors courses were not going to go away, and that by including a larger group of students that their quality would not go down. So the first question was to ask if other high-performing high schools have eliminated remedial courses. And so the source I went to find this was U.S. News and World Report. Not that that's the best list, but that is a list of very, very high achieving high schools. And unfortunately, the first 200 schools are mostly charter, magnet, and other admissions-based schools. So I went through all of that list and I selected in this order schools who are on the top 200 list who don't have admissions in our public schools. So Mission San Jose, Jericho, this list here, these are extremely high-performing schools. And the one closest to us is Stevenson. All of these schools, I've linked the course, their course manual, their course guide to them. You can also, you can see how they rank and how high their college acceptance rates are and how high their SAT scores are. All of these high schools do not have remedial tracks. If you look at their course guide, you see English 1, Honors English 1, English 2, Honors English 2. Yes, as the students get older, they have a robust AP curriculum and things like that, just as we do. But one of the fears that I think parents had was that if we move towards heterogeneous classes, that somehow the highest achieving students would decline. And again, that is far from what these high-performing school districts are seeing.
And the research doesn't support it. They do better.
Correct. And AP had some of that data in their report. So some of the data that we listed here, the why behind heterogeneous classes.
Can you give you a tiny bit of
Yeah.
my classroom experience? What happens when you have a wide variety of learners, very often you'll sit them in groups where you have differing abilities within that group. And one of the best ways to get a student to demonstrate understanding is to be able to explain it. And very often those higher achieving students are explaining it within their groups. And a student to student explanation is better than a teacher to student explanation. If a student can explain it to you, chances are you're going to get that concept better than if the teacher explained it to you. Which, I don't know, it's just one of those crazy things. But the result of that is that the students who are already high performing, they've explained it so many times, they really get it. And so it's much stronger for them. Plus the students that are struggling a little bit, I can explain it to them, but for some reason it's not going in. But if another student explains it to them, they're speaking the same language and it sinks in better. So my experience has been in those situations where you have a variety of learners that overall everybody improves.
Can you just be sure that we're all remembering what you taught and for how long and where?
Those two courses were both honors and AP courses, but I also taught accelerated biology, physics, and all of that at Stevenson for 33 years.
So one of the things I did want to comment on is they were asking for the high performing district. So that's where I went to that site. I know there are other high performing districts in our area who are excellent schools. Actually, on this list, we do have Vernon Hills was right in between Stevenson and Lambert, I believe. But because we still offered remedial courses, I couldn't put us on the list, but we are also achieving at very high levels. But some of the other districts that we like to compare ourselves to are several years ahead of us, but they're not 100% heterogeneous. So for example, last year I shared the example of Highland Park and how they had the issue where a staff member who was concerned about violations of the 70-30 rule in their remedial classes turned them in to ISBE, and ISBE then gave them a letter saying you must alter your program so that you're in compliance with this law. So Highland Park is in the process of making their changes. Other schools that we like to compare ourselves to, New Trier also has been working on this initiative for about 7 years. But they say, I think there's still one algebra class that they have that's somewhat tracked. But again, it takes some time. but even districts, peer districts that we like to compare ourselves to are having the similar journey as to us. And I can get more information on that, but I wanted to go with the ones that I knew soundly had removed them completely from their course offering. The next question is about college admissions. And again, sort of the fear of, will achievement drop? Then will our college admissions drop? And again, going back to that same list, the schools that are on here that have heterogeneous classes, still having honors and AP, but not having remedial classes, they have some of the highest acceptance rates at highly selective schools in the nation. So again, it does not deter, actually, because so many more of their students are taking college prep classes, they have an overall increase in their four-year acceptance rate at colleges. The next thing is sort of a question that was saying, are we just trying to increase AP? And I think that all of the approaches that we are taking has been to increase access to students for rigorous coursework. We happened as a district dozens of years ago to have selected AP as the cornerstone of our advanced coursework. So when we say we want students to have access to AP or to rigorous courses, it does mean AP. We are growing our dual credit program. So hopefully in the future, we'll see more and more dual credit options, and that will be a choice that students have. Some other high schools in the state or in the nation have international baccalaureate. So there are different options because we've invested in AP. That is the one that is the natural path for our students. So we're not out to try and make AP rich or anything. This is just something that our district has selected and invested in.
And I think, Denise, it's important to say that students don't have to take AP if they're not comfortable taking it. This is just an opportunity that they might not have had. And the other question related that I've received is, are you allowed to sort of skip ahead of prerequisites in an AP class? I don't think that is possible.
right,
I mean, you couldn't take AP chemistry if you've never taken.
Right. You have
Right,
to
this
have
does not
biology
change
for-
that.
Right.
Yeah,
So-
this doesn't change that. There's still going to be a prerequisite to those courses.
Yep.
Thank you for clarifying that.
May I also just, sorry, ask?
No, this is what this is for.
Thank
Make sure we're
you.
really clear on the information that we try to share with you and the community.
I just want to be more clear about potentially like any emergency stop valves in place for kids who do maybe find themselves in a situation where they pushed and they tried and you know what, it's just not working out, and that's okay. And certainly we've heard some just kind of conflicting information that kids may not have the space or there may not be room in certain sections to bring kids back down a level. And so I want to hear more about that. What options do kids have if they find themselves in the deep end, so
And
to
I
speak?
think that's something to add to like what I said, a flow chart. I'm looking for kind of
Yep.
a flow chart of a student experience, right? And that would be one of those offsets. If they have gotten support and they're still struggling, what are some kind of a flow chart? This is this is the experience of your ninth grader. And
Yep.
It's a good question. I mean, I will just share anecdotally before you give the real answer. I saw it work beautifully with one of my own kids at Vernon Hills High School who dropped down from an AP class to a general, to a college prep class. And it was a frictionless experience. So it is something that we're already familiar with doing, but I am interested in hearing you talk about it in the context of the changes that we're making.
Just one clarification to what you said, Lisa, is how late in the process can you still do that? Because I thought there was like you have to do it in the first 6 weeks or 8 weeks or something, and after that you're committed.
I don't recall off the top of my head. I don't know if either of their principals know the drop date, but we can get back to you with that particular information. But one of the things I wanted to point out, our own Dr. K did his doctorate dissertation on studies of students who move diagonally. So we have a resident expert. And from conversations with Tom, I know that one of the things that we need to do is be both supportive in helping kids know they can sustain, because there's this fear and they want to drop right away. And sometimes it's because they don't feel they belong. Sometimes, there's lots of reasons. But that when you look at the research, if you can help kids sustain that first challenge, their confidence and their willingness to finish the course successfully is greater than it might have been had we just immediately dropped.
I
I don't
think
know,
that's-
Tom, if you want to give a 60-second summary
This doctorate.
of your doctorate.
Would you like to defend your dissertation
Yeah.
for us
Yes.
this evening?
That's what it feels like. Yes, Dr. Herman's correct. We want to work on belief for students to believe that they can be successful in the courses. And then we want to work on, as well as that, helping staff with the resources they need to support our students, and then helping students have the resources they need so that when they struggle in the class, we have the resources to put in place to help support them. Our research at the time showed that students struggle initially for a semester when they make this diagonal move, but if they persist in the class, their their second semester, their grades go back up to where they were before making the move. And so part of my work is thinking about how we can make that happen across our system.
Key of belonging.
So the next question is the fear that teachers might need to slow down their instruction or reduce the rigor. And I think that one of the things that I'd want to comment on in general is AP as an organization has been working course by course by course to reduce the amount of content and the speed in those courses, because they realize that some of the previous ways we were teaching AP classes was very superficial in terms of the depth of content, and not allowing students to really get into some of the concepts of democracy or this or that. And so as AP is going from course to course to course, they are doing some of that work to make sure that it's depth and breadth of content. And our teachers are very good about aligning their curriculum, their daily curriculum and units to the expectations of AP. So I just want to let you know that as an organization, AP is trying to help, as they're revising their courses, go with depth of thinking and critical thinking over rushing through 800 dates or something like that. But one of the things that, again, from your experience, Don, as an AP teacher and many other research, there are strategies that teachers use to make sure that the rigor is still high, but there's many entry points for students. And this is not an exhaustive list, but it's a list of common instructional strategies and common ways that teachers can differentiate so that all learners have an opportunity to make sure that they are, if there's a prior knowledge gap, that might be one of the things that's interfering. Okay, how can I make sure that I have some materials, the idea of flexible instructional strategies. I might have different stations in a lab. So, boy, you didn't understand pipetting and how to do that particular lab skill. I'm going to make sure that there's different ways that students can go deeper and get the help that they need. And that can happen in a college prep class, and that can happen in an AP and advanced class. So the
As an AP teacher, you know what the kid needs to do to get a 5. You're going to teach that.
Well, and in terms of the curriculum and the pace, there's not a lot of flexibility in an AP class.
No.
It's determined by
by the college board, and then your own experience on how to, like, every day is accounted for.
The next area was questions on what kind of data we could be using. And so one of the things that we did is as administrators and educators, we know the plethora of data that we have on our students, but it was really getting clear on which of the data that we currently have can we make sure we're targeting and explicitly reviewing and sharing with parents. So everything that we have on here except for the STAR is things we already have options to. We already track grades. We already track SAT scores. We already track college persistence. But it's putting it together in a way that is going to help us say, how are these groups of students progressing throughout semester one? So with the classroom-based, and again, STAR is only math and reading. It's not all subject areas, but those are two very good indicators on foundational skills for students to be successful in many other classes. But things like high school graduation rates, things like looking at some of our cohort data as they're going through this the new placement processes. So we are committed to making sure that we have this data this year as a baseline, and then ongoing as we implement these particular changes.
I think it'll be good if you can sort of put this on a timeline, because high school graduation happens once at the end of a student's four-year career.
Right.
PSAT happens, different times. The STAR is happening all the time. You're getting graded every week. I think there's, if you can sort of show
continuum.
what all is happening, and you're not going to wait till 11th grade SAT to figure out that the student needs help. I think, you're going to get that indicator in the first progress report.
Yep. Thank you. I think we can put that visual together.
Suggestion.
The next, there was a question about weighting of honors classes. And again, there will be absolutely no changes to our defined way that we award weights to students in honors and AP classes. And I apologize, the question got chopped off of this particular table. There was a question about how has the APA impacted our enrollment for next year in general in these classes. And so you can see that at Libertyville High School, last year we had 944 students in AP, and next year we're predicted to be 1094. And again, that's across all of the grade levels. And for honors and dual credit, we were at 1343 and we're up to 1434. So again, 91. So an increase, but not a giant increase that I think some people may have been concerned about. The next,
I think there was some confusion that we were eliminating remedial courses and those students were going to be put in honors and AP classes that they weren't qualified for. And that's definitely not the case. We don't want to set any students up to fail.
Sure.
What we're trying to do is establish the rigor for every student, but not beyond what is achievable.
I think Larry gave it in his explanation. You have to meet the metric before you can get to the next highest level. And the metric is to meet or exceed first in the content area.
Right.
And then 2.0 in the grade, so I think
That was a common misconception in the letters that we received.
Yeah,
from the
there was
community.
a lot of misinformation about that. And I thought that Larry had done a good job. And I'm glad that we're, putting together this FAQ for all of the things for which we heard, very well-intentioned comments, but still a lot of misinformation we heard tonight.
And just to add, I think in addition to that confusion, there is a bit of confusion in the community regarding a change in curriculum, that our core curriculum is going to somehow shift or be different. We're teaching different things, diluting down the goals of our curriculum. And again, definitively not happening. So some of these concerns that, maybe we have to drive it home yet again, that what is and what isn't.
And I think it's also, I have learned to appreciate that now that I'm on the school board, but sometimes if you're not, then you mix up words to mean something different, like curriculum versus D track and track, and all of that is a lot of things. I think people are using the same word to mean something completely different and not necessarily what that word actually means.
I think you're right. I think in the majority of the cases that it is a very well-intentioned mistake. But what I don't want to is feed into any narrative that there is a culture war going on in our curriculum and we're hiding it. So that's why I think it's worth, whether it's a well-intentioned, just using the wrong word, or whether it's an intentional use of swapping sectioning for curriculum because there's sort of an agenda behind it. Either way, I just want to be sure that no matter how many times we have to say it to really help people understand it, we're willing to say it in multiple ways, in multiple venues, multiple times to be sure, because I agree with you. I think coming from the corporate world, there was a lot of terminology in education that not only have I had to learn, but I continually have to remind myself of what it means and what it doesn't mean. So that's I think a good thing to remember.
Like a glossary at the end of this. What is a curriculum? What is a track? What's a D track? What's I think
I was thinking
MTSS, I have no idea what that means, right? I mean, those are all things that I think just keep
I think your explanations through the 9 pages were really, really detailed, thoughtful, but sometimes overwhelming, and maybe more of a bullet points just to get Pam, I mean, here, as I was I literally went through all of our emails, and you did. I appreciate that too. And I started categorizing all of the questions, and I feel like there's some umbrella questions. One, we're changing the entire curriculum to meet the needs of our lowest 8% performing students.
No.
Over and over. The answer is no. I mean, I think just as much as I appreciate all of this, the detail, I think we might lose our message, but we need to have it and now kind of put something in more of a user-friendly version.
Is and is not maybe. What it is we're helping students kind of maximize their potential. What it's not is watering things down. I think there's almost like a debunk myths.
Yeah, so for the people that want to dig in to
it's here,
but for some people, they just need the quick,
yes and no.
Yes.
Reader's Digest.
Yeah.
I think the other biggest concern was that, like I said, this was a focus mostly on our striver learners, and everybody was going to be pulled down when this initiative is really going to be challenging our largest student body. My son, my girlfriend's daughter, who went 4 years through our district and never once was asked, hey, you want to try one of these classes? Because it was just good enough. And I'm happy to share that anecdote. That's that who it's for. I mean, that is what this
for all. Yeah.
is for all.
Thank you for reinforcing that. I'm going to continue on.
Yeah.
The next section was trying to give examples of how our teachers are prepared. Would they want more time and more preparation? Absolutely. I am a lifelong learner also, and I always want to be getting better. But I think one of the things that you clarified in your opening statement is this is the way a majority of our teachers teach their classes in our district right now. So we have 3 departments who did have and are fading away the remedial classes in English, science, and math. But all other departments have not had remedial sections and have been teaching in what we're labeling a heterogeneous class, be it a band classroom, a social studies classroom, world language, health class. All of those classes have a diverse amount of students in them, and the teachers do amazingly well at, we've seen some of the scores of our students in world language programs and the success of students in our elective areas. So we know that our teachers have the skills. we also know we want to give them more time to be able to make some of these transitions. And so we have been working with our 9th grade teachers since September. And about once a month, they have a day to come together and do some of the work that we're talking about. How can we make this rigorous yet accessible? How can we define some common assessments? How can we incorporate some differentiation strategies? So teachers have been making those decisions. We also wanted, because there's some questions about students with special needs, all of this comes secondary to a student's IEP. So if a student IEP says they need a in-program U.S. history class because of where their cognition is or something else, we will make that available to them. So again, this is all following least restrictive environment.
And I'd also just like to underscore, again, another kind of bit of misconception or some misinformation out there that this heterogeneous grouping is something different that our kids have never experienced before. And it's patently false. Right. Our students come from their 8th grade feeder schools experiencing heterogeneous groupings. I said it in our last meeting and I'll say it. I don't think it was our last meeting. Honestly, I think it was a year ago. I'll say it now. I watched a video. That's why I'm getting confused. This is more of an adult mindset shift than it is one that our students are going to grapple with. And they, in this case, follow their lead. It works out. I've taught in the heterogeneous model myself. I found it to be good for that group of both what would have been my college prep and my striving learners together.
I appreciate you saying that. And I just want to clarify, because I did get some feedback from some middle school staff. The middle school does have some accelerated courses, just like we have honors courses, but most of their students are in the general milieu of 8th grade science or 7th grade, whatever. So it is similar. They're coming from having what would be a general level and an accelerated level. That's exactly what we're transitioning to here. So when we say they're familiar with it, the students are familiar with that particular pattern.
And I know the accelerated, at least in the 70s only, or at least was mostly, I think, language and math. It's not across the board.
Correct. One other thing that was presented, and I wanted to include it in here, because in April 2022, we did have a presentation, and it was ironically from Amy Christensen, who spoke that night. She, at the time, was one of our equity coordinators who was advocating on behalf of students who she taught in team taught classes, wanting to have the experience of being among her grade level peers and having opportunities to experience what it's like to do rigorous high school writing and discussion of literature. But at that same meeting, we did present lots of different models for exploring heterogeneous classes. Oak Park River Forest was one of the things that we said, here is a model. When we investigated further, we decided this model was not for us. And that's why I think some parents who maybe went back and listened to some of our previous meetings and conversations, which it's awesome that they did that, maybe thought that because OPRF was on one of our agendas or was in a resource, that was a path that we decided to take, and it is not. That particular model has what's called embedded honors, which is honors students and college prep students being in the same classroom, but the assignments are differentiated or the assessments are differentiated. And we, after looking at that model, did not feel that met the needs of our students in our community.
Especially for our core classes. I'm aware that there are some very minor number of elective classes that allow for students to earn honors credit in them, because we may not offer, it just may not exist, an honors level course that they can take separately. And then we kind of allow, this is my understanding, please correct me, we allow for kind of a supplementary independent study alongside that coursework that allows for them to earn the honors level credit. Is that correct? In some of our electives.
There are some of those opportunities. We also, in some of the electives, do what Brian, I think last week described as sort of stacked classes. where we
Every
might have
other
10
year.
kids, or not, or even 10 kids in a college prep and 10 kids in the honors version of a class. But we want it to run, and we have experience with a teacher being able to teach both in that
Differentiate.
classroom. But again, it's not a core class, and it's because of low enrollment. It's not by design.
For sure.
It's to make students have that experience. The next thing is to, again, make sure parents who had students with 504s or IEPs understand that the supports they're receiving now will still be in place, and actually they'll be expanded with this model. And again, as the board has requested, we'll come back with an even more clear picture of that. Let's see. And then the next one is, yes. Oh,
The
the
phased
phase-in.
approach.
Thank you. Yes, I'm started there. They're all, the Q&As are starting to look the same. Yes. And this was something that when we became aware of this and the urgency that we could have taken when we as a board talked, it was, let's do this 1 year at a time. And knowing that the bulk of our remedial classes were in the freshman and the sophomore year, and then many fewer in the 11th and 12th grade year, that's why we mapped out the 3-year phase-in for this. So we understand that if the ISBE police came and said, hey, you're not doing this, we would say yes, but we have a plan and we're implementing it and we're moving forward. And again, that's typically how they hold schools accountable, is for improvement over time, and that we're not ignoring it. The next thing is more about equal opportunity schools. And again, this is an alternate way. APA was a blanket thing for all students, and it just used test scores. We know that for many students of color and low-income students, that might not be enough for them to actually follow through with enrollment, or that we might miss them just on test scores alone. So as Larry explained, this is to try and help meet our goal of more proportional representation. So to have fewer, as we're eliminating them, fewer students in our Striving Learners courses, and more representation of students in our honors and AP classes. So it is a focused way of using measures beyond test scores to help us identify students with potential.
Now, I haven't gone back to look at our presentation on the EOS, but I thought I remembered, although we're contracted for 3 years, the goal is for us to take over this identification. This is not a contract in perpetuity, and that we will eventually be using their metrics to create our own student profiles with the same measures.
That is our plan.
So this-
Yes, although there are some districts for whom they've had a long-term relationship because either their population is growing tremendously, or maybe they don't have some of the same resources that we have to take it over in terms of a data team or administrators who can oversee it. But that is our plan. We feel that with our data and assessment team and with the staff we have, once we understand the process and they've coached us through this, that we'll be able to take on the identification and the trusted adult training and the things that they're helping us learn how to
And
do.
when I go back to umbrella, the rumors, the umbrella ideas, what's the concerns? And one of the concerns that we heard pretty frequently is that teachers are being asked to recommend placement that is not appropriate for a student based on their demographics from their student profile card. And I think we just have to say that's not, recognize that that is one of the concerns, and that our staff is trained and they are making recommendations as trusted adults to their students that are appropriate placements and not trying to set them up to fail.
Absolutely. Yes. So I would want to know more about maybe where some of that misinformation might be coming from. But again, it's very clear the indicators that placed a student on the list, and then we even culled that list. Remember, Larry said there was, just by all of the things on the assessments and other things, there was 100 and some kids, and both school teams narrowed that down to even smaller. So we were even more rigorous in making sure that the students that we had trusted adults conversations with, we felt really had the preparation and the both, because we said kids who expressed an interest and a passion. So we were trying to build on that potential. And we used grades, we used test scores, and we used some of those other indicators. So yes, everyone who was on that list met multiple criteria.
The population of that students, is that mostly from freshman year, or is that could be any year?
It is, well, it wouldn't be our incoming freshmen because they didn't participate. So it's only our sophomores, juniors, and seniors in terms of the data that we have on them, because we took the assessment in the fall, and we did not have our 8th graders take that. And it wouldn't be appropriate necessarily because we only have a very small number of AP and dual credit classes that they would even be eligible for. So the next area is, we did hear some of that tonight also, about the convergence of these 3 initiatives. And I think we're working very hard to try and see these as aligned system levers. They're all working together, as the graphic on here shows, to help increase access to rigorous courses. Some of them are mandates from the state, some of them are guidelines, and some of them are targets that we have set for our racial equity policy. But they aren't, they complement one another. They are not in opposition to one another.
Can I ask? Oh, I'm sorry.
So, even as I've been learning about this and contemplating what the rollout looks like and hearing all the concerns about just how quickly this seems to be happening, and urging from the community to slow our roll and scaffold things and pilot things before we pile them all on. The more I look at it, the more I do see the complementary nature of these 3 initiatives. And I want to take a step back and say, I think it would be a useful exercise to say that if, let's say, hypothetically, yes, we did slow our roll, and year by year we rolled one of these things out at a time, why isn't that the right move? And you may need,
Yeah.
you may need time to process that.
Well, I think that the APA, even though it's only by a test score, will identify some students, and that's the law. So I say that's the one that we are most obligated to do. I think the other 2 are more obligations that we've set to increase student learning. And it's more of an internal drive, that what we've been doing already has not been working. And so to keep doing that, and knowing that we have an obligation as a public school to do everything in our power to help as many kids be as successful as possible, it feels like we'd be turning down an opportunity that would be blending. The other thing is, some of these students are under, like, one placement of one student could be under all 3 of these. Do you know what I mean? Like, if one sophomore who is a low-income student could have accelerated placement, a heterogeneous class, and an EOS recommendation. So they are all working together. It's almost like a safety net to make sure that each student that we know might be missing an opportunity to have that rigorous experience, we're catching them with 3 different tools. So I guess I see them operating like this. And that doesn't happen all the time in the way initiatives roll out from the state, and the way I actually think it's a gift that these things are aligned the way they are. Sometimes sequential things, people say, didn't we do that last year? Didn't we do that 2 years ago? And it starts to become something that we lose the impact rather than knowing that we are going to put the resources where they need to be. So kids, regardless of which lever, might have helped accelerate them. And some students aren't being accelerated at all. We might have recommended them, or they might not have tested it. So the other thing is, some students are going to be taking the same rigor of coursework that they took this year. But we know these different policies help them know that they might have an opportunity that they had not explored before.
You know, and as somebody who is a part of these conversations every meeting for the last 2 years, like I said, even I was a little questioning of EOS being considered an initiative as much as it was a partnership with a tool.
Yes.
It was a
Right.
partnership of a tool to get to
For a very specific thing
our
for your
accelerated placement and then also a heterogeneous class. I don't see it as a separate initiative as much as it's.
Yeah, that's it. In some districts, it may be, right? If it had, the whole district was facing the issues that are trying to be solved with that. But in this district, it is a very small piece of a big puzzle.
Right, but it got 33% of the spotlight.
Yes.
And maybe that's on our communication because
Mhm.
it was, again, it's a timely, kind of tool that we intend to take over to support our direction through heterogeneous and the APA, but it's not really an initiative.
Yes. Thank you
One
for
clarification is the EOS contract is a 2-year contract. So this is our first year. Next year will be the second year. What we wrote in the strategic plan is anticipating we might need a third year. That was just our best guess, but just to be clear, the contract that's in place now is a 2-year contract.
Well, I remember we discussed that the intention was for us to take this over with our data team. So,
And I think as far as the APA, I think we're doing pretty well even now with the student enrollment in AP classes, right? I mean, we've got pretty decent levels of AP enrollment.
Which may be why you didn't see such a huge jump
Right, that-
as a result. It really is reflective of the philosophy of this district already.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, my own personal experience, which is N of 2, but, when my older child was in high school 6 years ago, there were no AP in 9th grade. But now you have 2 opportunities.
Mhm.
So I know that's been growing. There's a lot more AP classes that are generally available. So maybe for us to, what I'm trying to get to is for us to align to the APA. We're actually kind of almost there. We're already doing it.
So context, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not like we didn't do it and now we're going to start. We're kind of 99% there. And that's why if you look at, 100 students out of how many, that's like, it's too late for me to do percentage math right now, but it feels like a small percentage of change, right? Maybe that's another message is it's not like it's all brand new.
Just to again quickly go through some of these others, included the roadmap that again shows how each of the initiatives is being rolled out simultaneously and how they complement one another. So this is a graphic that came from, if you can go to the next one, actually. Yeah, that one. Thank you. So this is something that was presented to the board first last April, and then again, I believe it was in August, just reminding us where the no remedial courses are, where some of these supports are, where different work has been going, and we have been true to this map in terms of designing different things, making sure that we had, the EOS summer support. So that's something that we're designing right now. What might be some things that students and teachers might need to be ready to welcome different learners into the classroom.
There is one kind of question that's been nagging me for a while, and that is when students enter 9th grade, if they don't have the appropriate skill level that they should have to start ninth grade, then what's being done at the 8th grade level, the 7th grade level to make sure they don't get behind?
Well, I think that calls for the need for more specific dialogue between 8th and ninth grade. I think that we've started that work. I think having the APA and having all students take the PSAT, where previously it was in the 90s, but it wasn't all. So we have increased the communication that we've had with our middle schools. This also has helped us see the need to have much more consistent data for placement in things like PAWS for executive functioning. So getting more clear from the middle school on some of the MTSS like interventions they've tried, what has been successful. I think we get that anecdotally, but I think we need to be finding some different and additional ways to make sure that students who either have an academic or a behavior or a study skill kind of deficit, that we're really getting clear on what that is as they transition to high school. Again, I think it's been informal, and we can make it more formal. In terms of other kinds of things, I think we have had and when we talked about summer school, we've had a smaller number of opportunities for students who maybe failed a class or want to do the repeat and replace that we talked about. And we have a larger number of students who are taking get-ahead classes. And so I think that could be another area for us to think about that design process. What could we do that we potentially a credit-bearing option for freshmen wanting to come in and take a class and have it be a little lower stress in terms of juggling 7 other classes. So I think we have some ideas on what it could look like. We just want it, again, one thing at a time. So the idea of expanding summer school to do some additional things is something we see in our future.
Yeah, because, the student has 5 + 4, 9 years, 8 years of school before they enter ninth grade. And if they're not at the level where they have to be, then you're like at the ninth grade level left in a place of massive catch up. So
Well,
that's kind of where I'm going with this. Is there something that also has to be actively worked on with the feeder districts to make sure that they are identifying? I may be asking a wrong question and I'm not trying to kind of pass the buck here, but it feels like we're trying to solve a symptom and not the root cause.
Well, I certainly appreciate that thoughtfulness. I think, we have excellent feeder districts. And if there was information that we could share that would help them be even better, I would be shocked if they weren't wanting to have that kind of partnership. I know that there was a high school that drove an initiative they had to force community colleges to share data with them because they were desperately trying to strengthen their certificate and dual credit programs, and their local community college just refused to partner with them. I think we're in an enviable position because of the size of the region of our feeders. We have excellent feeders, and if we offered to partner with them so that they could be even better, I think that would be a pretty easy road to pave.
The one last area I wanted to cover is there were some questions specifically from incoming freshmen, and I was able to answer most of those, but one of them got omitted, and that was a question from some parents about students who have signed up for honors world history. And when we printed on the message that went out last time, we accidentally left that off. So if a student signed up for an honors history class, it was just our omission in putting that list together last week. So whatever they signed up for is what was available and what they will be receiving. So one clarification there. So I appreciate the board's questions to make sure that and questions that you still feel like we need to remain. And I love your idea of what's the 1 or 2 page summary of this with bullet points or the umbrella things. And I think that's something that Mary and I and DLT can be working on for our next edition.
Yeah, I do have some questions that came up but it's too late. Can I just email
Yes,
these to you?
absolutely.
With highlights, and then we can, and see if they are worthy of adding in either the pamphlet or version, the abridged version.
I appreciate you emailing those. Thank you.
Yeah.
I had just one really fast. I'm wondering, is there somewhere we could, in one of these FAQs that exists already, just embed the information that there was no one architect of any of these features, that this was a very deliberate group effort among DLT and building leadership and all the other stakeholders that went into crafting this, because that's a piece of misinformation that I think is, it's minor, but I think it's worth just including somewhere if we could. Thank you.
Or identify who were part of that process, maybe.
Yeah. So, I mean, we certainly want to give credit where credit is due, and maybe the full list isn't appropriate, or a link to it could possibly be included. But I'd like to address the misinformation that there was somehow one architect of this.
And the only other thing I would say, and then I will stop talking, is I think it's real that the incoming freshman parents are not receiving the communication. And now if you've had kids enroll in classes and such, and you have their information, I would see if there's a way of adding them to your list.
For the FAQ distribution?
Right, for that, or any kind of going forward communication on this topic, because I've had a few.
I'll let Mary go ahead and comment on that.
I do have the lists from both schools, but I don't know why there's certain people that aren't receiving them, because I know others are. So I have messages into both schools. So we'll get that fixed.
Thank you.
And I just to add to that, I think it's, obviously it goes without saying that's helpful for newcomers to the district. But then you consider the fact that we have families who put through a kid or two already into the D128 system, and now they've got their youngest coming up as an 8th grader, and they're like, what just changed, right? So it does feel maybe a little blindsiding to them. And so I fully agree that to be maybe a little more deliberate in our delivery to our incoming 8th graders is a great plan, great idea.
Well, and I think also finding ways, some of the parents who spoke were parents of 5th graders who have an invested interest though. And I understand that. So it can be difficult though, when we were trying to brainstorm, how would we get our message to elementary schools? That's a very difficult task. But one of the things we can do is make sure that as we continue to publish these things on our website and on our social media, that we bring people's attention to it.
Is there a way to be proactive? Because I feel like we reacted to what was going on Facebook. And I know that we hold our meetings in public, so most of the information should be out there, but how can we be? I'm going to turn it over to Mary now.
We were talking about this the other day, and we want to develop a web page, or probably two web pages that would be for parents of future Cougars, parents of future Wildcats. And we could house things like this, but as things go through the year, it would just be, that's the spot they know to go to. We could still send things out, but at least they would know that's always going to be their space. And we could promote that through the feeder districts communications as well, so they get accustomed to going there.
And could they get a way to sign up for updates?
Sure.
Sorry.
I was thinking more about the Facebook creation of a Facebook page, that a lot of misinformation was going around. And when I was contacted by somebody saying, "What do you know about all of this?" Like, how did that even get out there? Why are they talking about things that aren't things and angry about them? So I don't know how to monitor that other than to have.
I think monitoring misinformation on social media is not unique to
I
District
would
128.
No, No.
I would much rather drive people to our website for
Yeah.
information than to have debate on Facebook.
Oh yeah, I don't want to have a debate on Facebook. I just want to, like, how do we direct people to where there is correct information? And I don't have an answer for that.
I think, and sorry, I said I wouldn't talk, but I'm going to.
Yeah,
But
we're happy to hear from you.
I think there is a lot of information. So, but we live in a headline world these days. And if you give a lot of information, people don't necessarily have the patience, myself included, to read through all of that because sometimes they're reading it on their phone. They remember a few words that they saw and don't really grasp the concept. And that's, I think, what Kara was saying is you got to make something. It's like when you buy a TV, there is a thick booklet and then there is a simple fold out to hook things in. And most of the times you don't ever read the thick booklet, right? That's kind of what you got to think of is how do you make this simple, something that someone can read very quickly on their phone and get the information. And those people who want to get in the details, it's elsewhere. But you have to also have this what is and what isn't constantly. Because otherwise, if you don't explicitly say that something is not, people are remembering or assuming and filling in gaps there. I think that's what's going on.
And forgive me to kind of move it in this direction, but like that could also be a great PR opportunity just for our general district communications, is that when you make things more accessible to people and more readily available, people engage, people get behind, people support. And I mean, I can point to District 73, who I think has done this really beautifully, and they've had some fun with it too. They interview kindergartners and they do all sorts of silly things. But for whatever reason, it works in engaging. And so I hate to push the district into creating a TikTok channel. I don't think that's the answer. But what I'm saying is, who knows? Maybe the modes of communication and information we've relied on in the past, even in the last year, maybe aren't serving us in this purpose. And so maybe there is a way that we can kind of meet people where they're at instead of us constantly, going back to, well, our meetings are public. We post the agenda. You can play them all back. I mean, I find myself saying that to people, right? Where nothing is obscured or hidden, but maybe it needs to be a little pre-digested for people.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I also just want to follow up, Don, that I think while we don't want to be overly reactive to Facebook post, I do think that once the concern emerged and I received an email asking for a face-to-face meeting, it happened within 2 days. So I think that we are trying to make sure that it's not just, it's on our website. It's not just these things, that we are having parents come in. Have face-to-face conversations, trying to calm their fears and replace misinformation with factual information. And sometimes that's successful and sometimes that's not.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for your extremely thoughtful work on putting this FAQ together, and to the board for engaging in a really thoughtful and meaningful discussion at this late hour. We're going to move right on to any board comments and events and go straight to the brief seedall report.
Does anyone have any comments or events? Oh, sorry. Did we all agree we didn't? Okay.
At this point, no.
Now I have to find my note. Hold on. Okay, here we go.
Give us the abridged version.
I will give you the very abridged version. It's maybe 6 sentences. Okay, so we met on the 6th last Wednesday, and the governing board is looking to nominate and appoint some new governing board members, as well as some new executive board members. More on that to come as appointments happen. We're in the process of selling one of the seedall properties, buildings in Mundelein that used to house the vocational training program, but due to the fact that some districts, including our own, have taken back some of these vocational programs, there's no longer a need for a separate building. And so that program will continue to run at seedall, but they're able to combine it into the facilities available at the Gages Lake School. So that property is being sold. If it's sold yet, I am not sure, but I think it's moving. And then we accepted the retirement of our superintendent, Dr. Valerie Donnan, and accepted the recommendation to employ 2 interim co-superintendents for a 1-year contract. And they have a wide breadth of experience, and they've worked together before, so that's exciting to see kind of their synergy play out now for our seedall district. And I'm very happy to report that we have hit our district improvement 6-month goals. So back in like late-ish summer, early fall, we had a major review of our programs kind of come to light and showed a lot of issues within the operational ends of the district, and a whole task force was assigned to address it. Dr. Herman is serving on one of those committees to kind of work with the leadership over at seedall. Anyhow, as we move through, those benchmark goals that we've created, we're in a really good place right now. We're hitting the goals set for 6 months out from the beginning of the plan. So lots of exciting things happening within seedall. And I feel like we're finally starting to get our footing back a bit after we've had just a trickier year. That's it.
I appreciate your efforts and your time and you distilling all of that for us. We really appreciate it, and we do rely on your time and expertise. So thank you.
I'll make a TikTok next time.
Be sure to send me the QR code.
Sure. Have you made a TikTok video?
Oh my gosh, no. I've decided I am far too old for TikTok. I can't. My brain, I'm in too many directions. Let me know if you have pointers, though.
I've made one, and it was very fun.
So moving on to our future agenda items, in addition to the things that are listed as an ed-red representative of sorts, there is a resolution that's being circulated about TIF districts that I know ed-red is looking for as many member districts as possible to support. So depending on if Denise and Dan review this and they think it is worth us discussing, we may see that at the April board meeting. The April committee meeting. I know you will not be available to join us for that. We will miss you, but we hope you have a wonderful time in Arkansas. Any other additions to what is listed as future agenda items that we should discuss tonight?
I'd like to see if we can get something in the near future on, like I suggested, just a flow chart, of what a student's experiences, grade 9, grade 10, grade 11, options, supports, measurements, review of measurements.
Do you think you would mind sending an email just with your ideas of what you're looking for and what that would look like?
When you say experiences, I think that's what I want a little more clarity on.
As we are putting APA together, especially in 9th grade, because I know 9th grade's going to look different than 10th and 11th and 12th, but starting with, or maybe just lumping 10, 11, and 12 together because they are kind of different next year. A flow chart of what we are, the questions we were asked. What are we measuring? How often are we reviewing it? What are our criteria? How are we supporting teachers? How are we supporting students? I mean, I can wrap something graphic that is not too verbose, that says, we've thought of this and this is our plan. And you telling me, I mean, we just had this conversation and you gave me 12, examples of what it is that we have in place already, but some graphic that we could share with the community.
Something we do in IT land is called use cases or day in the life of. So you could say, I'm a 9th grade student who was recommended for a higher level class and I'm doing great. What's my experience like? I'm a 9th grade student, which after, first progress report, it started to feel really hard. What's my experience like? I mean, I'm just giving you ideas. I'm not. I think that way people can maybe relate to, this is my child and here's what I can expect if my kid's experience ends up in one of these, and it just helps. I think point is we should probably add that to our something along the lines of communication about the plan to each of our agendas, because it'll be a little more high touch for the next few months, and it might help bring down the anxiety level. And you can decide sort of which topic is.
We can definitely, well, and we would appreciate your feedback on a
Yeah.
draft. So it would probably be a draft, but that's what is going to make your feedback the most essential, is from a career, from a parent, from a board member perspective. Yeah, we can definitely have something ready for you to view.
I had one other addition for future agenda items, and I may have mentioned it about a month ago, and I just read through it again, but the print is small, so tell me if it's on here and I'm not seeing it. An update on grading and assessment.
I think they just came.
Wait, did they?
Yeah.
Am I hallucinating now? It's very possible.
Yeah, Charlotte was here.
You're right. Charlotte was here. I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay.
Okay,
If you have remaining questions, send them.
I'm
me,
going to.
and she
That's
and
what I
can
need to do.
probably, if there was something that was missing from that
Nope,
presentation.
that's what I actually have to do. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay, then we are looking for a motion to move to convene in closed session to discuss collective negotiating matters under 5 ILCS 120/2C2.
Carmichael, so moved.
Thank you.
Drumkey, second.
Thank you. Roll call, please. Yep.
Aye.
Carmichael.
Aye.
Drumkey.
Aye.
Hessel.
Aye.
Kulkarni.
Aye. Motion passes. We are convened in closed session. When we return, we will not be taking any action. Thank you, everyone. Give me a thumbs up when you're ready to ask for a motion and second to return to open session. We didn't have our cheddar and sour cream today. Yeah, I had goldfish last time. I hadn't had goldfish in years. Oh, sorry. Okay. We need a motion and a second to return to open session. It is 11:15 p.m. Benjamin?
Move to open session.
Benjamin, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. So we return to open session. I want to thank very sincerely, everybody in this room did such a good job. This was a stressful meeting and everybody asked great questions, and I could not be prouder of the professionalism in this room tonight. So thank you, everyone. That being said, can we have a motion and second to adjourn?
Drumkey, so moved.
Kulkarni, second.
Thank you. Voice vote. All in favor say aye.
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 Oh, aye.
Any in favor? Any opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.